Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that, whoa, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
We made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. I spoke with Andrew Cuomo about the need to bring this city together as he called me to concede the race. And I want to thank Bradley. Together we have shown the power of the politics of the future. One of partnership and of sincerity.
Viewable Jack is going to town. All the viewers gather round. Twitch and YouTube and swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Hello. Howdy. Hello, Sheepish T-Rex. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Isabel. Esme Cooks. Hello. Watched your video on one of the most watched transphobic videos in the last few years. UN study about 900 metals. Yeah, it's garbage. The researcher is awful. Human being and transphobe also. I have an extra link that has more information on the reference, the Women's Liberation Front. Honestly, all we need to know is Women's Liberation Front, because I'm familiar with them. Hello, Miss Evelyn Rose. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Gamer G. I'm so sorry I keep starting right before you go to bed. I'm sorry. Hello, Erica. Hello, Almighty Diplodocus. Diplodocus? Almighty Diplodocus. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, Coder Joe. Hello, Nostalgic Bard. Cooey. Hello, Blake Gunnels. Hello, Jackson E8V. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Redwood Oaks. How are you, Riverboat Jack? I'm alright. Had to scrape my brain together a bit today, otherwise I would have started earlier. Hello, Bisbee. Hello, Starry the Bard. Hello, Sweet and Sour Serena, and thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Very much appreciated. Thank you so fucking much. And, appreciate you. Got to meet some lovely fellow DSA members today. Don't ask about my punctuality. Don't ask about my punctuality ever to anything. I'm not going to judge. Thank you for being a member. Also, hello, Super Kitty 08. Hello, Anime Sidekick Gal. Hello, Lee Kestner. Hello, Nimbleline. Hello, Peachy King K. Hello, Jason Sunny. Hello, Adam J. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, One-Eyed Weirdo. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, Story the Bard. I said hello to you twice. Damn it. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Hoy Poloi. Hello, Kumi. Hello, Werix. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello. How we doing, Punky Gal? Hello, everybody. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, everybody. Hello, Par32. Hello, Iotagon. Hello, everybody. It's been quite a week already, hasn't it? It's been a goddamn time already. Whew. Yeah. There's a growing anti-Semitic movement among the left. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think it is true. Let me put it this way. I do think it's true that there is a rising tide of anti-Semitism generally, and so that also affects the left, obviously. But I don't think it's like a uniquely left phenomenon. I think it is largely being driven by those on the right. And I do think that, for as much as we have our bubbles, folks on the left do get influenced by that. And I try to be cognizant of that in my coverage. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. It is not. However, there are also people on the left who are anti-Semitic. Jack, it's Tuesday, almost. Don't do me like that. I almost had a heart attack. I think whoever's saying that is defending Israel. That's always what it comes down to. Not necessarily. Like, there are people on the left who, perhaps unintentionally, but are falling into the fucking David Duke trap, of just being like, yeah, fuck Israel, and also everyone in there. It's like it is one of the pathways to radicalization. I think it's also largely why Candace Owens is so popular. Even to a degree, some some ostensibly leftist outlets, praising her. Not gonna lie, I think I've fallen into this trap. Well, I mean, it's very simple, right? Criticize systems, not people. Criticize like states, criticize like ideologies, but like making assumptions about somebody's ideology on the basis of their, ethnicity or religion, generally a pretty shitty thing to do. Leftists are people and are vulnerable to all the prejudices, which is why you just need to be aware of the prejudices, right? You need to be aware of where you're at. Howdy, trans Black Widow. Howdy. I do need to. It's been too long since I put on a cat suit. I need to do that. Yo, 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 what did I miss? Don't know how long the stream's been going. Not that long. So we're just saying hellos. Hello, Liz Leaf. All right. Hot take, Candace Owens is just doing daytime TV, but for the podcasting generation, legit Candace is not too far off from what older daytime TV was pushing. It was bad. Oh, yeah, no, like, unironically. It was like the, Bat Boy National Enquirer level, information system. Don't listen to her chatter. The stream has gone on for days now. All right. Are you guys ready to jump into the show? Cat suits. What I'm hearing is you're going to trigger some conservatives with kitty things like Jovan does with their headphones. I was thinking more like Catwoman cat suit. But, I could trigger conservatives in other ways. Let's see here. Let's do a show. Fuck yeah.
Check this trailer out. Big fan.
Big Resident Evil fan. Well, I could check out a trailer for a $5 dono. Super Jet Guy, thank you for the $5 dono. Oh no, the French. The zombies are gonna say ha 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 and smack you with baguettes.
Oui? Qui est-ce? So, you're the American who called earlier. The sister of the man on the third floor. Ah, welcome to Paris. It's so nice to meet you. Brr, it's freezing. Come in. Come in. We don't want you to catch a cold. I hate to say it, but your brother is, well, quite odd. In we go. Oh là là. Mais quelle pagaille. He's made such a mess again. Think, I just cleaned it up a week ago. It's like a boulder rolled through here. Huh?
I would love it if this is just all the game is. Like the entire game is just you following around this old woman as she gossips about different people in the building and like chastises them for their like their lack of cleanliness. Maybe she breaks out the chancla, you know, like
Ah, the delightful biscuit.
oh look, I don't know anything about what's happening right now, but I do know that there's one absolutely yoked character in Resident Evil who would be using these dumbbells. Is this brother Chris Redfield?
Ah, the delightful biscuit. I'm sure he won't notice if we help ourselves. Oh, I'm so
Let's
sorry.
steal his candy.
It
Let's
must be
do
the
it.
maintenance man from this morning. Won't be long. I'll bring some nice coffee to go with the biscuit.
Don't move. Claire Redfield.
Hey, I was right. I was right. I was right. Who's the only guy in the Resident Evil franchise to punch a boulder on a volcano? With his bare hands, he beat that boulder. Dude's just yoked like a fucking fridge. Like, of course he's the one who uses those giant, those giant dumbbells. Trump fell asleep at the game tonight. Trash biatch. It's true. Yeah, that old lady is sus. Way too polite for being a Parisian. Am I going to be confused? I only played Village? Probably, but being confused is kind of part of the Resident Evil experience. You know? Chris Redfield going rising revengeance on that boulder? Yeah. Did I miss the Trumpy tantrum? Yeah, you missed nothing. We're just getting started. So, come on in. All right, folks, we got a killer show tonight for all of you. And I've got a killer reward on the sub goal for all of you as well. And we have gotten our first steps towards that. You know, maybe if we hit 100 subs, I will tell you what that reward is. And I think you are all going to enjoy it. Perhaps ironically, but you will enjoy it nonetheless. All right? So right now, boop, there we are. Why are barbells called dumbbells? I feel like that's the setup to a joke, but I don't know. One second. I need to unglamorously get something out of my teeth, and then I will then we will keep going. All right. Be right back. I did it. I did it. Are you proud of me, chat? also, Stop the Stupidity. Thank you for the 10 gifted Tier 1 memberships over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. And holy shit, Anime Sidekick Gal with the 20 gifted memberships over in YouTube. YouTube chat blowing Riverboat chat out of the water, leaving Twitch chat in the dust. And without their lunch. Let's go! Alright. Are you guys, on that note, just getting started, alright? Boo boo boo. Next time you have to clean something out of your teeth, save it for the OnlyFans, you'll make a killing. JK, that's not what people went to my OnlyFans for. They didn't do that for the OnlyFans. They wanted other things. Alright. Also, Uncle Simric, we might be going for a little bit, so on the alerts. I need to figure out how to shift YouTube alerts so that they don't read off every single gifted name individually. You had an OnlyFans? I did indeed. It did indeed. It's been defunct for quite a while now, but yeah. Uncle Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat. Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you? I got my elliptical half fixed today, which means I can use it tomorrow. And I'm very, very, very excited. Jesus Christ. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $40 dono. Jesus Christ, what's going on today? I'm glad I have the next 2 days off. Indeed. All right. So here is what the nature of today's show is going to be, folks. We are going to be talking about Dave Rubin, not from the Jubilee episode. We are, in fact, going to be talking about Dave Rubin saying possibly one of the dumbest things and maybe most anti-Semitic things I think I've heard anyone say in a more mainstream context. Like it's actually insane. Then we're going to be talking about the Red Mirage and the truth behind stolen elections. And we are also going to be talking a little bit about Steven Crowder. We'll be talking about Iran, obviously. We'll be talking about the upcoming legislative session, which I know sounds a little bit dry, but worth noting that Republicans are trying to go basically for broke. They're going for as much as they can get, and it's a little terrifying. We are also going to talk about Donald Trump and how he's doing just generally. And it is absolutely fucking bonkers. And with that, I think that will probably be about as much as we can get through tonight. Though, if we do make it to the end, I do want to talk about some Zoran Mamdani W's. So we'll see how much we get through. Okay? Sounds like a murderer's row of GOP assholes, indeed. And if we were talking about Gwyneth Paltrow teaming up with the defense industry, we'd be talking about some goop assholes, too. Red Mirage sounds like a new pandemic. It does. It's not as cool as it sounds. Trump is not well. He's really not. But, you know, he's gonna do what he's gonna do, and that blood clot in his brain's gonna do what it's gonna do, you know? Alright. You guys ready? Are you guys prepared? It's still going. Knicks lost. Thanks, Trump. I put it all on the fucking ICE security that he had. The Knicks lost because Donald Trump sicked ICE on Madison Square Garden. You cannot convince anybody like different. Do you have any idea how angry New York is about Donald Trump? Like, I do want to play this again later, but it is just very funny. Like, this is how mad people were at the beginning of today's game. He looks like he's gonna fucking cry, dog. They're booing they're booing Trump. Just booing Trump on like a scale impossible to imagine. Incredible stuff. I was saying boo earns. Indeed. Then he saluted. Yeah. Grandpa looks like he's gonna pass out from a heart attack. He does. He does. All right, let's dive into the show though, for real. Let's do this thing. Do 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 do. Ooh. Also, if it gets too hot, I am gonna have to stand up and open a door. Hopefully, it doesn't come to that. There we
Jesus
go.
Christ, what's going on today? I am glad I have the next 2 days off.
We got caught up. We got caught up on the alerts. Ember Brains, I'm sorry. Not the door? I know, the door. It's how the Donut Ghost gets in, but we might have to take the risk. Hot in Minnesota? It's currently 80 degrees in this basement. What? No AC? Not in this basement. The humidity makes it all the worse. It's true. Dio Ash Nix gets it. All right. You guys ready? Because I'm ready. I was born ready. I was born to dunk on Dave Rubin. So, folks, we have to talk once more about Dave Rubin. And specifically about this appearance that he had on Stephen A. Smith's show, his straight shooter media operation. I am not a big Stephen A. Smith guy. Like, I don't think that he has very good political instincts at all. I find him to be particularly incoherent. And like, it is very much in line with that incoherence that he would be a Dave Rubin ally, a character in the Davoverse, as it were. Because he has been on Dave Rubin's show in the past. And like, I'm not that interested in him, but I did see a clip going around that was so shocking to me that I actually had to go and find Stephen A. Smith's show to verify that it was real. And I'm going to start playing from, this is around like 22 minutes into this hour-long conversation. We are not going to be watching the entire thing because I would never do that to you. That's a lie. I would absolutely do that to you guys, but I'm not going to do that to you guys today. Because we're busy. We got too much to do. But here is Dave Rubin trying to play defense for Ron DeSantis. Let's take a look here.
I wanted to do it was, we get stuck in this thing where we're always talking about the things that we hate, right? We're always talking about what we're against. It's very easy for me to wake up every morning and write my show and go, the lefties did this and AOC said something crazy and this one did that and the NBA went woke. And but I can do that all day long, right? But what I want to do, and what Florida has really afforded me in these last 5 years since I moved here from LA, is there are great things happening in this country. Florida is booming, and it's not an accident. It's because, as Ron DeSantis says, decline is a choice, and we are not choosing it here in Florida.
By the way, Ron DeSantis is just taking the classic being poor is a choice and blowing it up to like a national level thing. Like, yes, national decline, it's a choice, like staying poor. It's the kind of thing where it makes sense to dumb people, where they're like, yes, like we need to balance the national budget just like we would balance our personal checking account. It's not the same thing. Like, a country doesn't operate like your personal finances. And this, like, being poor also just isn't a choice. Like, a lot of people would rather choose to not be poor. In fact, I would say most people. Is this the ghosts of idiots past? I mean, it could be. It could very well be.
We are number one in education. You know the amount of money now coming down here and all the big players from New York who don't want to deal with the tax situation.
Again, we looked into this prior because Dave has made this claim before, and the number one in education is basically number one in like higher level education, like in terms of like universities and like, the schools you have to pay to attend. When you take into account just their public education system, they are not number one. They are in the middle of the pack at best.
All the people like me who fled Cali, right? You've put some roots down here. It is safe.
I also just want to say, Dave Rubin here is playing defense for Ron DeSantis, in part because Ron DeSantis is, as his last act as governor, trying to push through a piece of legislation to basically eliminate property taxes. And that is so obviously a bad idea because the entire government of Florida essentially operates on those property taxes. There's no real plan for what would replace it. It is messy as hell, and yeah, like it's genuinely on his way out. He's gonna try and like do this absolutely insane thing, and Florida being Florida, they might go with it. Who knows? But I say this because touting being number one in education and then talking about how you're going to eliminate, like, you're gonna eliminate property taxes in the state. Schools get funded by property taxes on the state level. So if you're like really proud of being number one in schools, you're not gonna be number one in schools if you get rid of property taxes.
It is clean. We don't have massive drug problem. Businesses are booming. I mean, go to
Yes, Florida, famous for not having drug problems.
almost any other state. I was just in New York. You go to the suburbs and look at the strip malls, and basically you'll get 8 closed stores with maybe one kind of 7-Eleven mom and pop shop and something else. You go to our strip malls here in Florida, they are jam packed. The economy is moving along. There are jobs.
Now, I do want to say this is one of the most fascinating things I have heard. Like, I just haven't ever seen somebody use the strip mall attendance as like an economic indicator. Like that seems really very bizarre to me. Like, well, I went to a strip mall in New York and it was practically empty. And then I went to a strip mall in Florida and it was full of businesses and customers. And it's just like, I guess I'm old enough to remember malls, and like strip malls were not considered cool malls to go to. Like, they're not considered like, I don't know, the town hub. Like in back in the day, I grew up next to the mall or near the mall, where Mallrats was filmed, and like malls were actually a place where like people would go and meet each other and hang out. There's an argument to be made there that like the presence of people within the mall was like an economic indicator of some kind. Those days are so fucking dead and gone in the vast majority of cases. You can still find some thriving malls some places, but like strip malls, even during the heyday of malls, were not considered like the cool places to hang out unless you didn't have any other options. So, a little bit of a bizarre claim from Dave Rubin, but you know, I'm not here to necessarily talk in depth about those claims, though I'm happy to do so. It's what he's about to get into that I find absolutely wild.
All of the COVID stuff, how well he managed all of that and fought to keep the state open. So I wanted to do a show where we will celebrate that and show people, especially, we're doing this June 11th, but we got our 250th anniversary coming up on July 4th. I want people to feel that there is a way to do America right, and we're doing it in some of these places, but you just got to be willing to see it.
And
but you should ask him that
I get
question.
you. I am going to ask him that question, no question about it. And in the interest of full disclosure, let me not be phony here. I'm a Florida resident my damn self. I migrated, and we ain't lying to the public. You're damn right I did it because of New York and the taxes and everything in New York. I'm sick of it, and no question about it. So I'm with you in that regard. But,
And like, it is interesting to me that Stephen A. Smith here is just like, yeah, absolutely. I, an incredibly wealthy person, moved to Florida, because I wanted to escape taxes. But like, you need working class people in Florida, and basically fucking all of them over so you can be a tax haven for the millionaires. That's not going to be successful long term. And Florida's already feeling this effect, like, quite hard. I mean, you don't have to look that far. I mean, there's the famous H Bomber guy clip. Just real quick.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet over the next 100 years, say 10 feet by the next 100 years, and it puts all the low-lying areas on the coast underwater, right? Which, let's say all of that happens. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
Now, on that note, because that's basically the entire state of Florida is dealing with that at the moment. Side note, haven't seen the Backrooms movie yet, but it would be absolutely legendary to get H Bomber guy to do a cameo axing through a wall in the Backrooms. I just think that would be very funny. So that's my pitch to Kane Pixels.
Getting back to the slavery curriculum thing, I remember one time I was a guest on Jesse Waters' show because Jesse Waters, I think, does a good job. And I was a guest on his show, but I hadn't been on as a guest in quite a while. One of the things he turned me off about, and Ron DeSantis had turned me off about at the same time, I found myself looking at them and saying, "You're not black."
Oh, that's actually a really good example, Brutus Magnuson. You go to a strip mall to pick up food where there aren't any other options. I will say this for strip malls. Strip malls do have some of the best fucking restaurants in the United States.
Jack, I know it's got nothing to do with the topic, but holy shit, Jack, that fit goes so hard with your hair color.
Thank you. I quite like it too. It was unexpected when I tried on the shirt for stream. Vertical Leica, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate it.
Why even bring that up? Why even talk about? I said, I don't give a damn what trades you learned or whatever. It was so iniquitous, so insidious.
He's talking about Ron DeSantis basically saying slavery, if from a certain point of view, could be seen as a good thing because some black people were taught trades by their masters, and that's maybe one of the most heinous things I've ever heard an elected politician in the modern era say. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith rightfully upset about that.
Issue of slavery, why even touch that? That was my attitude. And the same with the curriculums, with the books and everything like that, with President Trump and what he endorsed with executive orders and stuff like this, addressing DEI. My attitude was this, and I said this to Officer Tatum on his podcast. Come to me and tell me that you would tell the Jewish community they ain't gonna have, they're gonna have their access limited to books and other education material about their history, and watch what happens. In other words, if you're gonna do something like that, if you did it to everybody, then I get where you're coming from. But
now, we haven't reached the bottom of this particular barrel yet, but believe it or not. But I Stephen A. Smith, genuinely, what the fuck? Oh, well, I could understand taking away books about Black history if you were also taking away books about Jewish history. You could understand where that's coming from? I mean, I guess it's pretty hard not to understand where that's coming from. Like, just a place of, like, white nationalism. Like I guess it would be pretty hard to not understand the deeply hateful and bigoted place that's some kind of censorship regime along those lines might be coming from. But, like, wow. You don't have to be like, well, I get it, though. You don't have to do that, Stephen A. Smith. Unforced error.
We say things go hard, but we never say things go half chub.
You know, it really makes you think, Sake. These are some deep thoughts. Unfortunately, can't go that deep with a half chub. All right. We are about to go to the bottom of the barrel, though. And the bottom of the barrel is where Dave Rubin takes it. So, as bad as you think this has been so far, buckle in.
When it seemed isolated towards the Black community, it was a huge turnoff for me. And that's actually a question I will ask Byron Donald, too, who will
also just like when it seemed like it was only targeting the Black community, that's when it turned you off. But, like, if you had been discriminated against and Jewish people had been discriminated against, it wouldn't have been a turnoff. Come on, man. Like, get your head out of your ass.
Also be a guest on the show in the future.
I'm glad to hear that. I don't know that there was limited access to the Black community to certain books, but I would say this, if somebody wrote a book and said, and I'm sure books have actually been written about this, that, the Holocaust actually taught the Jewish people a certain lesson, and that look at how many Holocaust survivors became unbelievably successful business people and all sorts of things in various countries, that would be true, and it would be worth noting, because the Holocaust was horrible and slavery was horrible. We don't have to play the game of which is worse or anything else. Terrible things have happened to all sorts of people. But out of terrible things, good things do happen. So I think an apples to apples equation would be, is it possible that some slaves learned trades that ultimately were positive? I think the answer to that is yes, and I don't think that makes slavery good. And is it possible that survivors of the Holocaust who had their families annihilated, learned something about survival and everything else that they were able to then apply to business and the world and family afterwards? The obvious answer to that is yes, and that doesn't make the Holocaust good. But again, I think
that's the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever seen anybody say. And like that's like I've seen like the neo-Nazi forums and such. Like this guy's saying that Jewish people who survived the Holocaust honed their business sense. The Holocaust made them better businessmen. That's absolutely fucking insane. Yeah, Jews learned how to be successful CEOs from the Holocaust. And he's doing it, by the way, to like try and bolster the argument that slavery bettered African Americans. Right? Which is the argument that Ron DeSantis is making. Ron DeSantis was talking about how slavery wasn't all bad because, you know, some black people learned skills. And if Dave were to take that argument and to restate it, that's what he just did, right? But about the Holocaust. So if we use the original formulation that Dave is trying to defend here, like in Dave's world, the Holocaust is was a bad thing that had some good aspects to it. You know, all of the business acumen learned during one of the most heinous war crimes in history. Like, I'm not surprised that Dave Rubin said something like this, but I guess I am surprised. I'm surprised at just how blatant and stupid this is. Like, this is vile, and like in any kind of just world, this would end his career. It would just end it. Well, like, he even says, like, yeah, people who had their families annihilated, lived through that and used that to become better businessmen. It's just like, what the fuck are you saying? It's a crazy pivot, too, because weren't they talking about not teaching slavery? Yeah, they were talking about, like, tweaks to the curriculum to essentially downplay the importance of slavery in American history and to teach the positive elements of it in school. Which then, like, also coincided with taking books about African American history off of bookshelves. So, yeah, it is also interesting, right? Like, if you were to take Dave Rubin's argument at face value, African Americans in his world who were oppressed as slaves, slavery just makes you a better tradesman. But the Holocaust makes you a better businessman? It's very weird, and the longer you look at it, the uglier it gets. Like, this point is it's like just a dazzling display of stupidity and hate. It's very weird. And I mean, I feel like I should have more to say about this, but it's genuinely, like, I'm baffled that he said this and thought he was making a good point.
It would be worth unpacking that with them a little bit. And I'm sure you know, a few of the scholars who put that curriculum together, by the way, were Black. So
Not.
I get it. I get you are going to have a certain sensitivity to something that might be different than mine, and this is where what a great place to try to whittle all of that down, right? Imagine if we whittled all of that stuff down to, hey, we're just from slightly different places. We just look slightly different. We want the same things, and we've whittled it down to this much. I'll do that all day long.
Yeah, Dave really looks like he's into whittling.
So would I. Dave Rubin right here with Stephen A. Straight Shooter with Stephen A. Getting back to Ron DeSantis, what's one issue where you...
There's no response to that whatsoever. He just moves right on by it. Oh my god. Imagine someone saying to your face that he thinks that the Holocaust made Jews better business people, and you just have nothing to say to that. And while he's making that argument, he is also trying to argue with that argument that there were good elements to your ancestors being owned as property. Like, I can't understand either of these guys. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. It's not even stupidity. It's beyond that. I mean, it's... I feel like we've gone off the map, you know? What we're talking about here is just the death of empiricism. Yeah, I talk about that. I talk about this a lot, specifically in like the conspiracy theory context, where we talk about how there's like this conspiracy singularity and all the conspiracies kind of wrap around it and mix together as they get closer to the event horizon, which of course is the JQ, the Jewish question. That's at the center of the conspiracy singularity, because all conspiracy theories circle back down to that. It is like the primeval conspiracy that for thousands of, like, the last couple thousand years has just been embedded into you know, Western culture as it is, you know? And like, I just cannot fathom sitting there and not having anything to say about it. And when we're talking about anti-empiricism as like a core component of fascism, I have a video on my channel from years ago covering the essay by Umberto Eco, Fascism, which is essentially Umberto Eco trying to nail down what exactly is fascism in context, in practice, using his experience living under fascism to kind of build a template. And he comes up with 14 points. And in the essay, he goes over them. It's a relatively short one. You can read it very easily in one sitting. But one of the key components is this anti-empiricist one, which is the rejection of reality, the rejection of facts. And this is why during Trump 1, it was a really big deal when suddenly Donald Trump started talking about alternative facts and the lying press and all of that. Because what that does is it creates the intellectual framework to undermine reality. Because once you've undermined reality, at least in a core component of your base, you can just lead them anywhere you want, including right into a wood chipper. You know? It's very much a cult building technique as well. And when we're talking about anti-empiricism, that's what this is. Like Ron DeSantis being able to stand up in front of an entire state as an elected representative and talk about how, well, there were actually some really redeeming qualities to slavery. Well, actually, there were, and then it leads to Dave Rubin being like, well,
He even had a second follow-up to fascism. It's called No You.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But it also is what leads Dave Rubin to sit there and be like, well, the Holocaust also had some silver linings. Some really great businessmen were forged in the fires. That was poor choice of words. Some great businessmen were really like. There's no good way to. I can't really make that. I'm trying to say it in like a more acceptable way, but like it's genuinely one of the most heinous things that I've ever heard. You know? Like I want to be clear, that was not an intentional joke on my part. I feel really, really bad. I feel really, really bad about that. But like
Dave
God
R.
damn.
But do you realize that in the antebellum South, the black unemployment rate was 0%? Follow my show for more big ideas.
Dave Rubin is just I don't know. Like the embracing of just nothing matters, nothing is real. This nihilist death cult mentality of fascism. It is embodied by Dave Rubin. Because Dave Rubin doesn't care about anything. A man who will sit there and say with a straight face that the Holocaust made good businessmen is someone who doesn't believe anything, is not connected to reality by anything, and like is fundamentally like to call back to like my religious upbringing, fundamentally damned. Like there's no coming back from this. This is like a point of no return.
It's what doesn't kill you makes you stronger taken to the nth degree, but that ideology never made sense to me. Survival doesn't necessarily mean you're stronger.
No, it's literally a fallacy. It's survivorship bias. Like if you came back from being a fighter, like a bomber pilot in World War II, and you're just like, yeah, it's because I'm the best. All those other chumps were shot down because they're the worst. Like you're just biased. You just got insanely lucky, and you're biased by that experience. And it's just. This is the kind of shit I used to curse at my racist ass stepfather for. The difference is he doesn't have a platform. Rubin does. Yeah, Rubin has a platform of millions. This Dave Rubin has 3.2 million subscribers on YouTube. I'm just wondering if there are anyone in the comments on this. Dave, you rocked it. Good job, Rubin. Very good answers. Oh my god. Here's a comment trying to engage with the topic. Stephen A. Smith on bringing up slavery. The problem here is that the left continues to use this reality as a weapon to stay in the victimhood class. No one is denying it existed. However, if you never got beyond the ideological stamp of slavery as a demographic, you will never heal and progress from it. Look at the continual gaslighting of the Democratic Party still using it today, framed as equality or white supremacy. It is just slavery issue 2.0. Can we move on, please? America has Supreme Court justices, governors, senators, congresspeople, CEOs who are all black. Heck, America has a black president, so stop with the victimhood rhetoric. This is literally the fucking meme about we need more lesbian, gay drone pilots. Like, Well, how could there be misogyny and bigotry towards LGBTQ people? We have lesbian drone pilots. Like, what are you talking about? The existence of people in positions of power does not preclude the existence of systemic oppression. Like, full stop. When we're talking about, I'm going to engage with this in an honest capacity here, okay? The problem here is the left continues to use this reality as a weapon to stay in the victimhood class. Number one, it's very interesting here that this commenter says the left continues to do this, when then goes on to say, as a demographic, you will never heal and progress from it. So it's very clear he's not talking about the left. He's talking about a very specific kind of left, right? God. Also, Sake Tanuki, sorry, the dono alert got eaten. Dave Rubin must be coping with the fact that Ben Shapiro did to him what everyone else does to Ben Shapiro. Yeah. Yeah. Unironically. Dave is perpetually coping. Kind of hard to not be a victim when you're actively being victimized. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, systemic oppression has many different forms. For example, you have redlining, which forced African Americans into very specific neighborhoods, denied African Americans being able to live in certain neighborhoods. Hell, in Minnesota, there are still like neighborhood homeowner associations that have clauses not to sell to people of color. Like, they aren't enforced anymore by and large, but like those still exist, and some communities do still enforce them. They just do it in roundabout fashions. And when we start talking about like other elements of this, stop and frisk in New York, broken windows policing. You've also got the entire element of, different demographics that commit crimes, like at the same rate, disproportionately, African Americans are more likely to be both arrested and charged, and their sentences are much longer, right? Like this, you also have just like the element of, because of the economic inequality that is created by multiple centuries of not being able to pass on generational wealth, you then have African American families that are disproportionately poor. In turn, that leads to a definitive way in our society to discriminate on the basis of wealth in order to discriminate on the basis of race, right? Which is how like credit scores were used for a long time, and to this day as well. And we have like this set of problems, and it's not that no one can succeed. It's that it makes it statistically harder to succeed. And it's not imagined. It's not an imagined problem, right? Like, exactly, Gila Monster. Like, we just got rid of the Voting Rights Act. And the very first thing that all these southern states do is go to disenfranchise African American voters. The entire push for voter ID laws following Barack Obama's election in 2008 was because African Americans voted in record numbers in 2008, and that was recognized as a threat to a variety of different industries, and the lobbyists for those industries then tried to push forward voter ID laws. And guess what? Republicans are still heavily pushing voter ID laws to this day, because statistically it disenfranchises African Americans. Like, this is not an imagined past. It is a real present. And this is what I was talking about as well when it comes to kind of rejecting empiricism. When you reject empiricism, all you are left with is vibes-based politics. And that's what commenters on Dave Rubin's videos are going on. It's just vibes. The continual gaslighting of the Democratic Party, still using it today, framed as equality or white supremacy, is just the slavery 2.0 issue. Can we move on, please? It's like, we can't move on. We can't move on because for all of the same reasons that was it Lee Atwater? Lee Atwater explains when it comes to Nixon's strategy. Like, I think a lot of Republicans don't realize. They don't realize that they have been trapped for the last 50 years in a political system that has been targeting them specifically, right? A lot of Republicans just don't get this. And Lee Atwater explains this. And I am not going to play the clip because it is not appropriate, right? But I can read it, right? And this is how it goes. Lee Atwater was the campaign consultant for Ronald Reagan, and I believe also worked for Nixon. And he lays out the Republican, what became known as the Southern strategy of the Republican Party. And I mean, it's pretty blunt. And it goes like this. This is Lee Atwater. Here's how I would approach the issue as a statistician or political science or a psychologist, which I'm not, is how you abstract to handle the race thing. In other words, you start out You start out in 1954 by saying N-word, N-word, N-word. By 1968, you can't say N-word. That hurts you. It backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract. Now you're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things. You're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of that is that Black people get hurt worse than white people. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I am saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we are doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying, we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want as much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than N-word, N-word, so so any way you look at it, race is coming on back. Right? Sorry, I am reading the AI transcript of the video, and it's honestly dog shit. But, yeah. Oh, this is actually much better. Thank you, Sake. I'll try that again. Editor, cut out that previous part. This is Lee Atwater. You start out in 1954 by saying N-word, N-word, N-word. By 1968, you can't say N-word. That hurts you. Backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract. Now you're talking about cutting taxes, and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is Blacks get hurt worse than whites. we want to cut this is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than N-word, N-word. And that's Lee Atwater's Southern strategy in a nutshell. It is the idea that you just take the racist thing and make it more abstract. Instead of talking about, you know, how black people are a drain on society, which was a common Republican talking point, you shift over to talking about welfare queens, right? You start talking about how, oh, no, I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about welfare queens, right? Like that's, it abstracts it. You take another step back and another step back until suddenly you have a situation where, and I'm sure some of you remember in like the 90s and early aughts, people would describe themselves as socially liberal but fiscally conservative. And that was a way to acceptably be racist, right? Because instead of saying, oh yeah, I think that black people are draining our system and leeching off of the social safety net, instead you're saying, oh no, I think we need to root out fraud, waste, and abuse. And if suddenly you're making a connection there between that talking point and what is happening right now with the Trump administration, you basically have the Lee Atwater strategy on steroids. Because Lee Atwater, while he's talking about levels of abstraction, is still talking about, like, you know, abstractions that are based in some way on in reality. And what I mean by that is Lee Atwater obviously pushing racism. The racism isn't like a reflection of, you know, what is good policy, obviously. But when he's pushing this, it is still tethered to like the same kind of stats and figures as like the rest of society. Donald Trump is doing all of this while completely untethered from reality. Just completely gone. And so the dog whistles are becoming less abstract because the abstraction stops making any sense when you're unmoored from reality. Like you're kind of drifting along away from the reality. So the dog whistles need to become more concrete. The racism needs to become more specific. And like, I think that's what we're seeing with Dave. I think that's what we're seeing with Dave Rubin. I think that's what we're seeing here in this conversation between Stephen A. Smith and Dave Rubin. And I hope that this demonstrates for you how scary this anti-empiricist phenomena is. It's what allows people to become essentially religious fanatics, but for political causes. You know, it's what creates the violent urge within political supporters. And because if you live in a reality, right? If you live in a reality where you absolutely, positively, truly believe that Democrats, by supporting, you know, a woman's right to choose, are facilitating millions upon millions of murders every year, an ongoing, like, atrocity against all of humanity. If you seriously live in a world where you believe that, you seriously live in a world where you're like, then you're in a world and a mindset where you can justify anything to your political enemies. You can justify any kind of retribution. You can go down very dark paths. And this is exactly what we've seen, by the way, when it comes to folks radicalized to be neo-Nazi shooters, like
Are you
the
saying their
boys who
words are
attacked
so
that
devoid
mosque.
of coherent points they need to be more racist in order to make their point?
Yes. Yes. Because, like, by becoming unmoored from reality, like, it basically frees them, in a sense, to be racist like that. It's kind of like if you took to an extreme what a lot of people were saying after Donald Trump was elected, about, like, well, now you can say the R slur at work and whatever. Like, it's kind of like a way more amplified version of that. So it is terrifying to see. And again, just one of the worst things I think I've ever heard somebody say about the Holocaust. Congrats, Dave. Some truly high level ideas. A race to the bottom. It's true. Fucking Dave. I hope that all made sense. I was trying to put together some fairly abstract ideas I've been tossing around my brain today. And I know that maybe that wasn't like the most polished presentation of my ideas that I've done. But I hope it made sense. And folks, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment if you got anything out of this. Let me know what you think. I'm truly without words for what Dave said there and how Stephen A. Smith reacted to it. Really emblematic of why I do not care for Stephen A. Smith. And folks, get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. We can help you do that. Join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And also, folks, consider joining Progressive Victory. There's a link down in the description. They'll help plug you into different campaigns across the country. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. And it's cool, it's sexy, comfortable,
The
non-tucking
conspiracy
lingerie.
black hole part is really good, but if you could work on TGE's second half of that argument, it'd appreciate a dedicated video essay.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if we get a dedicated video essay anytime soon. PV is still happening. I haven't heard from them since like 2 years ago. Yeah, I had 2 of the members of their leadership team on my stream like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, to talk about it. It's they're doing some really cool stuff. I encourage you, if you got questions, go watch that video on my channel. Would you ever join a commune if it was mutually beneficial for you? Probably not. Someone should make a D&D stat block for Imogene Olivia. True. Go check it out. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Dang, oh well. Sorry, I got other responsibilities. I can't just like check out and go to a commune. Is it easier to join on YouTube for chat? I mean, you can be in whatever chat you'd like. I see all the chats. Also, let's see here. Okay, the alert box is working. Okay. God, it is so fucking hot. How's vertical chat today? Mods have it under control. Just came in to upvote the stream. Thank you, Katie Beth. Jack perceives all, her third eye is opened. It's true. It's true. It's true. Noxy Poxy, welcome back. Hope you're feeling better from the hospital.
Remember to like the video.
It's true. We got a little song about it and everything. The PV command could really use an update. True.
Go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
The song works. I forgot to click until now. It's true. You know, some people complain about me playing the song, but I do it because it serves a very particular function. Click the button on YouTube, back to Twitch. Hell yeah. Let me just check. How's this going? All right. We are going to jump into our next segment here. Hope you guys enjoy it. That's a lie. You're not going to enjoy it. I know you're not going to enjoy it, but we're going to do it anyway. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Also, just want to say, we've got like 400 people in YouTube chat and only 182 likes. I think you guys can do better. I'm shaming you. Do you feel shamed? You should feel shamed. All right? Raptor Blue, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Come on in, make yourselves cozy. You got good timing. We're about to start a new segment. Do people complain? Yeah, just sometimes. What we talking about? We're talking about Pete Hegseth. So, folks, we have to talk about Pete Hegseth doing his D-Day speech. And it's quite something. He went to Normandy to speak and honor fallen warfighters, and on the anniversary of D-Day. And it's much like the Dave Rubin video we just went over. It's also maybe one of the most heinous things I've seen somebody do, except in Dave Rubin's case, he's not someone with a ton of political power within our current government. And Pete Hegseth has a lot of power within our current government, sadly. Let's take a look at what he had to say to honor U.S. veterans.
America will now deliver his remarks.
Well, Minister, Ambassador Kushner, Mr. Rose, Chairman Kane, distinguished guests, and most importantly, our veterans, thank you for being here to commemorate the 82nd anniversary, 82 years young of D-Day. God bless you all.
Okay, that's a very weird thing to say right off the bat.
Disability flag.
I don't know what that means. Unless you were trying to imply you're posting a disability flag, in which case, hell yeah. But this already, like, 82, you're talking about the anniversary of, like, D-Day. You're not talking about the age of the people who are in attendance, because the people who ran on the beach on D-Day would be older than 82.
It is a profound privilege to be with you today on these hallowed grounds. This is not merely a resting place. It is a monument to the unyielding spirit of the American warrior, a testament to the supreme sacrifices our warriors made to liberate an entire continent from the grip of tyranny. We remain ever grateful to the French government, our ally for 250 years, for dedicating this land to our fallen. For every American who visits, it is uniquely stirring to see the Stars and Stripes proudly flying here in eternal vigil over the thousands of crosses and stars.
Okay, so far, weird start, but now we're like in relatively
As a
normal,
former
normal territory.
Superintendent of this cemetery once said, looking over the graves, there they are, still serving their country. 82 years ago today, the survival of Western civilization hung in the balance. Dark forces had swept across Europe. Hitler boasted that his Atlantic Wall was impenetrable.
Can I point out calling it hallowed grounds is contributing to the mystics M of American exceptionalism?
I don't necessarily know that that's the case. Like, a lot of people consider, like, because he's speaking at the cemetery, right? Like, a lot of people consider cemeteries to be hallowed in some respect. I don't think it necessarily is like American exceptionalism.
How someone isn't
I think
at every Hegseth press conference dressed up as his favorite liquor bottle, dancing in the audience is beyond me.
You know, I follow an account on Instagram that sole purpose is to get more followers than JD Vance. Yeah, I think it's just called Cats on a Couch. And honestly, this seems to me like there should be some kind of equivalent to this for Pete Hegseth. You know? Like brews and sushi with the boys or something. I don't know. Like, I don't know what Pete Hegseth's thing is. Obviously, couch is JD Vance's thing. Also, can we just I do like cats on a couch. It's a good account. You know? They have some compelling arguments. That is fucking weird.
But our enemy made a fatal miscalculation. They underestimated the unbreakable will of the American fighting man. The task was daunting. A frontal assault across the churning English Channel, directly into beaches and cliffs fortified with iron, concrete, and heavy artillery. An impossible mission? A suicidal mission? The mission of free men. Freedom's only hope. No turning back. Alongside the brave forces of Great Britain, Canada, France, Norway, Poland, and our other capable and steadfast allies, the United States military spearheaded a great crusade to shatter the Nazi war machine and liberate a continent. Our troops carried with them the inspiring words of...
And famously, no other troops involved in retaking Europe. Just America. Just America and a little country called Russia. But we don't talk about them.
General Eisenhower. But more importantly, they carried the hopes and the prayers of a free world. They embarked into the dark, choppy waters, knowing that many would not return home. As the ambassador said, ordinary men, extraordinary courage. Like American patriots throughout our history, from Lexington to Gettysburg, they relied on one another, trusting their brothers and their cause. Before dawn, American paratroopers and gliders plunged into the abyss, lit only by enemy tracer fire. Chaotic drops and fierce resistance, they adapted, they rallied, and they fought.
Now, so far, right, you might be thinking to yourselves, this seems like a relatively, like, oh, okay, he's recapping some World War II events from D-Day, etc. Just want you all to know, it's a little bit of a spoiler alert. This is how it's being reported in the UK press. Pete Hegseth's D-Day speech on immigration condemned as grotesque stupidity. Just as a little preview for where this is all going.
A triumph of American ingenuity and initiative over the rigid, mechanized thinking of the enemy. We retain that advantage still today. Sergeant William Ashbrook of the 101st Airborne, the Screaming Eagles, looked out of his plane to the sight below, saying, "There were so many boats in the channel," he said, "that it seemed as if you could step out of the plane and walk to France on top of them." Speed and scale only the American war machine could produce, and we are...
Hegseth doesn't remember D-Day. He remembers double D-Day at Hooters.
Of course!
Who wouldn't? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But we all know someone who is as far right as Pete Hegseth doesn't just go to double D-Day at Hooters. I can't make the joke I wanted to make was a little bit too risque. I'm gonna stop. Myself and just say not today, Jack. Not today.
Producing again.
Anyway, Femboy Hooters is obviously where he would go. I think you guys can maybe connect the dots.
Today, may we learn from this past. Later that Tuesday morning, the greatest amphibious assault in human history was unleashed. Our American warriors set out to take Omaha and Utah beaches. They rode in...
It's Pride Month, Jack. Go all out. I was going to say double P Day at Femboy Hooters.
Higgins boats, a master stroke of American engineering manufactured by the blue-collar grit of 20,000 workers in New Orleans. The ramps of those boats dropped, and our men hurled themselves into the waves and onto the blood-stained sand. The courage, the sheer courage that it took to charge into that hailstorm of machine gun fire and artillery, almost unfathomable. I tell my kids who join us today, and they can barely relate, it barely computes. Who could? Our forefathers did. What those men did here.
I love him throwing his own kids under the bus in this speech, though. Just like, my kids, they're just so dumb, they can't even wrap their heads around it. Unlike me with my big, throbbing, wrinkled man brain.
We ask ourselves, could we? And may we always ask. The first waves of soldiers took devastating casualties, thousands of our absolute best cut down. But the American warfighter never quit. Fueled by an unwavering love of country and the men beside them, they pushed forward. They chose to face death rather than surrender or quit. And as they fought, inch by bloody inch, the Atlantic Wall.
Can somebody, I'm just gonna throw this out there to the universe. Can somebody get a clip of all of the struggle fests of Pete Hegseth trying to work out alongside the troops and make it into some kind of 80s montage? And I just think it'd be fun. I think it'd be a fun, stupid thing to exist.
Crumbled. They were indeed the greatest generation. Farm boys from the heartland and city dwellers from the coasts, teachers and shopkeepers. The Americans buried here are our very best. Full stop. War reveals the true character of a nation and her men. The courage of the men who stormed these beaches is the courage that defines the United States of America. May it always, may we earn it and remember what they did here.
Now, this would be incredible time to just stop. Congrats, Pete. You gave a normal speech. You did it. You gave a normal speech honoring veterans. You can just stop there. 7 minutes is good enough.
The souls here earned it. And we are blessed to have a number of such warriors in our presence again today. They are a living embodiment of the warrior ethos we today revive at the Department of War. To the veterans here today who served in France and around the globe, gentlemen, we love you. We owe you a debt of gratitude we can never repay. A grateful nation honors your service and your historic bravery. June 6th, 1944, turned the tide of history. Extraordinary Americans, allied courage, meticulous plan.
Oh boy, I see where this is going. Yeah, he's set himself up here.
The blood of our heroes, the Axis powers were doomed, the world saved. Without Operation Overlord, we would not have the free world we know today. Together with our allies.
They have the worst speechwriters ever. It's because they write all their shit with AI. It's all just AI slop all the time.
America saved Western civilization. This day, an annual reminder of the heavy cost of freedom, but also a...
This is something that has always bothered me about these America saved Western civilization types, as if fucking Canadians and the UK, like those from the UK, didn't die alongside Americans on D-Day. As if like the French were completely uninvolved. Like the idea that like D-Day, that was just America. It's one of the reasons I have grown to dislike the movie Saving Private Ryan. Because I think for a lot of people, Saving Private Ryan is just the entirety of what World War II is. And like, I don't know, a lot of other people were participating.
Reminder as we look out at those crosses.
But that's the thing, Matt Netanyahu. All these guys learned their World War II history through Saving Private Ryan and Band of Brothers. Like those two things.
Of what it takes. And we ask ourselves, again, do we have it? Today, as we face an increasingly complex threat environment, we apply the lessons from 82 years ago learned on these beaches. Strong allies, each fully committed to doing their part, win wars. The men buried here fought in a warfighting alliance where every partner brought its full measure of industry, courage, and sacrifice.
And that's why France should help us bomb Iran.
Not empty slogans, not lavish summits, not communiques. Real allies doing real things.
A real friend would have helped us kill Iranians. That's what a real friend would do, France and Spain.
Taking real losses for a shared cause worth fighting and dying for. Each nation.
And we all know that's exactly what the Iran war is. Everyone should want to go die there. It's a righteous cause.
Pulled its weight.
Damn it, Jack.
Nation
You have a Harvest
bled.
Dawn button for a reason.
It's true.
America will lead, and we must. But capable allies must be right there with us, shoulder to shoulder, in the breach, when it matters. In the years since these beaches, much of the West, in some places,
the real friends were the war crimes we made along the way.
Yeah, nothing brings together friends like doing war crimes together.
In some quarters, and in some capitals.
That's mostly what the TV show Friends was about, right? I never watched it, but that's what I assume it was about.
Grew comfortable. We forgot that freedom is not free. We forgot that peace is not wished into being. It is bought with purpose, with honor, and with strength. The men who landed on these beaches knew this. The question we ask ourselves is, do we? It's past time we remember what they knew. Their legacy demands far more than quiet reflection. It requires our active vigilance. Sadly, today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous ideologies. Beaches in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, and
yes. You know, the famous ideology invasions of the early 2010s. You know how all those ideologies just kept the hordes of ideologies that kept attacking relentlessly the beaches of Europe? Ideology famously found on beaches. It's true. You know, who hasn't been walking along a beach and found some washed up ideologies? You know? Children sometimes pick them up and play with them.
in Bulgaria, boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion?
Yeah, so this is just white nationalist rhetoric. This is just full-on Nazi garbage. This is him saying refugees are invading Europe. This is literally the same fucking shit the Nazis were pushing. It's literally the same. Hitler constantly talked. You can look at, like, his speeches. He constantly talked about how Germany was being invaded. Germany was being invaded. And, like, the fact that this man gets on a stage and perverts a fucking World War II monument on D-Day with this kind of just frankly Nazi garbage.
Had a great uncle who fought on D-Day. Seeing Hexeth compare the bloody horror of that battle to starving migrants in a boat is sickening.
It is genuinely, like, we're just like in an age of monsters, you know? like, I do not know. Short of, like, people who have been completely taken in by the Trump cult, like a cult of personality, I do not know who can listen to this garbage and not feel righteous indignation as an American. Like, anyone with any shred of decency should be enraged by this. Because he is positioning America as the Nazis in this scenario.
Of monsters and men.
Indeed.
Or is it too late? I pray not, and I believe not. The men who fought and died here restored freedom to Europe. That freedom must be maintained by this generation of leaders and warfighters, or what they fought for was merely temporary. As our great President Ronald Reagan once said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You don't pass it to the next generation in the bloodstream. It must be defended by each and every generation. We stand by our allies, and we expect our allies capable and ready to stand alongside us. The heroes of 1944 did that, and may we. Peace is secured only through strength, and it's strength on both sides of the Atlantic, fortified by readiness, shared military capabilities, and an unwavering political will. Our world is safer and more prosperous when the United States of America and our allies are strong, free, and unapologetic in defense of our Western tradition of freedom. That is June 6th. That is 1944. That is D-Day. So let us here resolve the formidable alliance forged in the crucible of World War II will remain ready, will rebuild, and will recommit. And in doing that, we truly commemorate the men of D-Day. And we
I
place
can't
them.
speak my mind about Pete without Fed posting. Have a dono, red heart emoji.
Pact 1996, I understand. I'm also struggling. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
All of them in the hands of Almighty God. In fact, from my devotions just this very morning, Psalm 20.
Man, we are hitting like just we got the stereotypical what is expected portion of the speech, then we got the neo-Nazi anti-immigrant rant. We got the guilt tripping, attempted guilt tripping of our allies into bombing Iran with us. And then we get the Christian nationalism to round it all out. It truly a bastardization of everything an event like this is supposed to be about. We'll end it there, but like it's truly unhinged, right? If we go over and look at the reaction to this in the press over in the UK, English historian and author and television presenter Simon Schama described them as a special kind of loathsomeness, a blend of historical deafness, grotesque stupidity, and comically ludicrous self-importance. As if the little people's rage against immigration somehow is superior to the war against the Third Reich and entitles this comic book nobody to lecture the actual heroes. Daniel Seidman also weighed in. This is an obscene desecration of the memories of those who stormed the beaches of Normandy, and especially those who fell. Swedish economist Anders Aslund and former senior fellow at the Atlantic Council contrasted the comments with Hegseth's later remarks on social media, standing along allies. So much nonsense, he wrote on social media. We stand by our allies, you don't. You just attack them. Immigration policies are internal matters. And Aslund also remarked that Hegseth skipped a key NATO meeting recently. So to lecture European allies about the need to show up and demonstrate allyship while simultaneously skipping the meetings with the with the largest defensive alliance in modern history seems pretty enraging on a diplomatic level, to say the least. God. Truly, the Trump administration is just the bottom of the barrel. So, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. If you need help, we'll help you do it. We need people to get their Dems more progressive. We need people to advocate for farther left positions within the Democratic Party. We need people to get their DSA's shit in order, right? We need people to make DSA an actual effective organizing apparatus, not just in New York City, but everywhere. We can help you make that happen. Join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Both have years of experience and can help you either to get involved for the first time or to help you get things turned around in your local Dems or your DSA. And folks, check out Progressive Victory if you are interested in getting plugged into any number of nationwide campaigns to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, etc. as we get closer and closer to the midterms. It is a left-leaning socialist org that will help get people on the ground actually doing shit for candidates, which is vitally important right now in particular. So get involved. And last but not least, do check out Imogene Olivia, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie, and it's non-tucking. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. There we go, folks. And for all of you fine people, do remember to hit the like button. And also, subscribe! We got a song about it and everything. Click the goddamn button. Does YouTube chat have a Progressive Victory command? No, because it's linked directly in the description.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
I'm worried Germany's going to slide back into outright fascism again. I think it is also worth remembering that part of the reason Europe is backsliding into authoritarianism and fascism is in large part a response to political pressure and power emanating from the United States. Right? Both through both through like obviously our international companies, but also through billionaire wealth. And this is one of the additional dangers of allowing billionaires to exist, which is that they then consolidate so much power that not only can they corrupt local politics, they can go abroad and corrupt politics in other countries as well. How are you going to blame the US for Europe's right? Allowing for the extreme wealth consolidation within the United States has allowed for those same billionaires to fund and back the far-right movements across Europe. It's a well-known fact, for example, that the Hungarian authoritarian despot Viktor Orban was receiving a lot of money from the United States, and in turn funneled a lot of Hungarian money into far-right commentators in the United States. It fucking feeds itself. It's like a goddamn Ouroboros. Like Tommy, you can also just look at the rhetoric being employed. A lot of the rhetoric is either tested abroad and then brought back, or tested here and then brought elsewhere. Nigel Farage, for example, was doing American tours for quite some time, testing his far-right populist message. You got Tommy Robinson, of course, with his white nationalism. You got Elon Musk globetrotting with his, piggy bank of evil. You've got Peter Thiel going around building his bunkers and shit. Like, billionaires don't give a shit about borders on a map. International companies do not give a shit about the borders on a map. They will do whatever they gotta do to make more money. That's how the system works. Hell, the fact that like a lot of international folks use Twitter, and Twitter has been like finely tuned to like radicalize people to the far right, and ever since it got bought by Elon Musk, that's just one example. The way I put it to some folks is that we either stop it here, or the oligarchs and capital class will go on to pillage every country after they're done with us. Well, that's kind of the thing. That's why so much rests upon us in the United States getting our shit together, right? So much is on our shoulders, because if we fail, so many other places get
are why
fucked.
we fight here. There is no alternative country if the US continues to fall. We stay and hold the line.
That's kind of it. Like, if the United States falls to fascism, the country with one of the largest militaries on Earth, one of the most sophisticated militaries on Earth, an imperial empire, goes fascist. The amount of damage that can be done, even in like a quick burnout fascism, is incalculable. And like, it's it's not great. Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $20 super chat. Very much appreciated.
Living through your Omega is wild. Germany is sliding also due to austerity being blamed on the immigrants.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, who benefits from the austerity, right? Like, if you are confused about like where this is all coming from, all you have to do is look at who benefits from the austerity policies being passed in the UK. Who benefits from austerity in Germany? Who benefits, right, from the privatization of public services?
Mainly from Muslim countries, especially after the Afghanistan withdrawal. I saw an IFT poster that said our money for our people.
Yeah, like, but that's the thing, right? It all stems from, hey, like you're a boss at work trying to keep down costs and being like, no, guys, don't organize against me, organize against each other. You white people, we can't pay you anymore because those black people will work for less. And then it's just like stoking that racial animus so that people fight on that issue instead of realizing who is actually oppressing them. Which is the capitalist class, right? And so the domino effect is real, but it's fascism instead of communism spreading. It's not the domino effect. Like, that's not the correct way of putting it. It is wealth consolidating. Right? It's wealth consolidating. And that is not a domino. That is a path of least resistance to maximize profit. And fascism, for those who think that they can control it, certainly can use the power of the state to maximize profit for a time. And when we start looking at that, it starts to make a lot more sense, because who benefits from trains being privatized in the UK? It's the people who buy the trains. It's the fucking investment class. It's a snowball. Yeah, it's wealth snowballs. Exactly. And so when we're looking at how this gets worse and worse, it's because a certain level of wealth consolidation in the United States has been achieved that then allows for an internationalization, globalization, if you will, of those powers. Those billionaires that have consolidated so much wealth, they begin to spread it out. But they're not using it in the way of like trickle down, right? They spread it out in a way that self-invests. You can see a similar concept right now playing out in AI, where like companies are like incestuously like putting money into hardware, and then the hardware is putting money into like the locations.
Fascism absorbs money and
all
power like a
disgusting.
black hole absorbs mass, growing bigger, stronger, and achieving more influence, which pulls in even more.
Well, but that's the thing, right? Alan Smith, that's the thing. Capitalists love the economy getting destroyed. There is nothing capitalists like better than the entire bottom falling out of the economy. Because what does it allow capitalists to do? It allows them to sweep in and buy everything for a song. It allows them to consolidate wealth even further. It's the epitome of buy the market at the bottom. The AI circle jerk bubble is gonna melt. I mean, I have some concerns about when the bottom falls out of that. That's gonna suck. But my worry, Alan Smith, isn't necessarily about the Trump administration being able to solidify fascism in the United States. My worry is what comes after Trump. Because whatever comes after Trump, that's going to be a movement that is capable of outliving Trump. Right now, MAGA cannot exist without Donald Trump. He's their big sweaty boy. And so like I also think that capitalists like Bezos would not be a fan of outright fascism. Have you ever met a billionaire? They think they are always the smartest people in the room. The thing about people like Jeff Bezos is that like they're not a fan of fascism, but they think they can control it. They think they can buy the right people to control fascism. And that was exactly the same case with the industrialists that were around Hitler and coalesced around Nazi Germany. A lot of the companies that did that still exist today, and they made a ton of money off of cozying up to the fascists in power, thinking that they could control them, use them to better themselves, better their finances, as it were. Fascism is not bad for business. For those who play it well, it is actually quite good for business. Like, and when we're talking about the people who are billionaires, who are on the tippy top, they believe themselves to be so isolated from any kind of actual repercussion that they know no matter what happens, they're going to be okay. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, like, I think Dragonfly puts it succinctly and the best here. The economy sucks right now, but the billionaires are making money. Exactly. Because for all of the financial pressures you and I are subject to, billionaires don't give a shit. They make their profit. They get their cut either way. In a K-shaped economy, the billionaires are the upper end of that K. For them, line goes up. Some of the old guard Kaiserist conservatives were Night of Long Knifed. Well, yeah, but also the Kaiserists and old guards weren't necessarily, by and large, the industrialists. The industrialists were all for Hitler. Because they understood which team he was playing for. I think they're smart enough to realize that outright Nazi-style fascism, trains camps, invasion, genocide would collapse the world economy and hurt them. No, they would make money. War profiteers exist. The military-industrial complex exists. All the billionaires have embedded a sizable portion of their money into the military-industrial complex, specifically to get rich off of war. Like, all of them, all the major companies, all the major billionaires have a huge amount invested in the war machine. And, just real quick here, in case, there are elections that in case anyone needs a reminder, how could a billionaire ever support out-and-out fascism?
Elections, they come and go. Some elections are, important, some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is.
Yeah, how could a billionaire ever have an affinity with Nazism? That's just one guy. Most of the billionaires hate Musk. All of the billionaires have cozied up to Donald Trump. Mark Zuckerberg, completely reinvented himself as, a red pill dude bro in order to, cozy up to conservatives in the Trump administration. It's not just one guy. We've privatized the fucking concentration camps. I don't know what to tell you. And those that haven't cozied up to Trump are silent? Yeah, I mean, you can count on one hand the number of billionaires that are actively vocally against Donald Trump. And it's Tom Steyer and J.B. Pritzker. That's it. These are related problems. When capitalists, frankly, buy political favors and rip down liberal democracy, when you degrade that, it turns into proto-authoritarianism. Essentially, you begin to consolidate more and more power into one leader because one person or a small handful of people are far easier to buy political favors with than a very large body within a democracy, right? And at a certain point, that corrupt system gets entrenched. And suddenly you have this dealing between the highest levels of the government and your industry leaders, your billionaires, your millionaires, your corporations, etc. And that dealing, that in-dealing, that self-dealing, all that corruption winds up metastasizing into fascism. And at a certain point, there is a struggle to the death between which side has supremacy. Is it the capitalist class, in which case there is a kind of an oligarch situation that emerges? Or is it like the fascist authoritarian dictator? And every single billionaire thinks that they are going to come out on top. They think they are going to win that do or die moment because they have all the money. And they cannot imagine coming up against the cult of personality that could, have them killed. So that's the thing. The oligarchs have the power that ideologues do not. That's where you're wrong, though. Oligarchs have a specific kind of power.
Eisenhower warned about the military-industrial complex 65 years ago. Our chance to really stop that passed a while ago. Sadly, those seem to be the only companies hiring too.
True, Lily loves stuff. But oligarchs have a very specific kind of power. It's the soft power of money. And money can do a lot of different things. But what it can't do is give orders to a military. Right? It can shut off the flow of money to that military, potentially. But there are going to be some true believers within that military who will continue to serve it, even if the flow of money is cut off. And at a certain point, when it becomes do or die, if the fascist has coalesced enough power from the cult of personality, well, any amount of money in the world isn't going to save you from somebody who thinks that you are, Satan incarnate because the great leader told them so. Always thought oligarch meant people who rule through wealth, but that's plutocrats. Oligarchs are celebrity rulers, apparently. Yeah, I mean, essentially.
Stupid question, but who's making money off AI? I know it's not profitable, but money isn't literally being burned. Nvidia has chips, contractors build data centers, and there's the power grid. Where's the cash?
It's right now, it is all in it's all going to like investors. The cash is kind of cycling through, you got the companies that are leasing out data centers, you've got the companies that are being paid for the parts. You've got then the companies that are doing the large language model stuff. So effectively what's happening is that investors, the investor class, is going all in on AI, large language models like ChatGPT, etc., right? Claude, Anthropic, whatever. This feedback loop then creates another wave of hype. Like, oh, they can be even more smart. They could be even more smart. It's like having 20 PhDs at your fingertips. And like, it's just hyping itself up, hyping itself up, hyping itself up. Now, the money does actually go to companies like NVIDIA. And that's why people typically make the comparison between NVIDIA and a company that sells shovels during a gold rush. NVIDIA is actually making that money, right? But when you're talking about leasing AI data centers, for example, that gets into like a whole situation of I mean, contract disputes, etc. It's that those contract disputes are what like caused Oracle to like have to fire like 35,000 employees. So who's making all the money? It's basically all fake and going into like this inflated evaluation of like the worth of like Claude or ChatGPT, etc., and these different AI models and agentic AI. And what then happens is that at some point, the hype bubble bursts, and then the investors sell those shares, typically after these companies go public. So a lot of these companies are struggling to shift from like nonprofit status to for-profit status so that they can take their companies public. And once that happens, investors are going to cash out and run for the hills with their comically large bags of cash, right?
Please take money.
Beaker Squeakers, thank you for the $10 super chat. I will happily do so. Thank you very, very much. So basically a lot of it, all of the actual investments that you see going to like build AI data centers, they're not actually investments in the technology. They're more so investments in the hype. Now, of course, if they do get built and get turned online, they can be used for their various purposes. But like,
But people aren't gonna buy $1,000 shares en masse. That's the part one find confusing.
well, that's because right now it's more of a flim-flam game targeting investors that aren't like pre-public offering, right? Pre-IPO. So you get venture capitalists coming in and saying, "Oh, this is a sure thing. AI, it's the new buzzword." Wipes a line of Coke out of their nose. And then let's throw $1 trillion at it. There we go. Or, hey, we have to play around with our pension money. Let's just put it all in AI. Like, it's all just people playing with other people's money and chasing the hot new thing. And so the like the amount of institutional money that has gone into AI is absolutely astronomical. And what is going to cause this bubble to burst is when the actual true cost of using AI and AI compute gets passed on to consumers, which is already starting to happen. You can see like GitHub started to like move, or Microsoft started to move like towards a token-based, compute on GitHub, and like people are pissed off and do not want to use it anymore because you can put up with an AI agent making a mistake here and there when it's free, but when you have to pay tens of thousands of dollars and it's making those mistakes, suddenly it's not as acceptable anymore, right? Because what's happening right now is an immense amount of subsidizing in order to try and make AI a thing everybody uses.
So would it be accurate to say billionaires are using this scheme to target the middle class specifically, or at least what's left of it? The hollowed out economy will end up affecting us all.
No, what I think this is billionaires and investors doing what they have always done with markets like this. It's the tulip craze all over again, right? It's the South Sea bubble all over again. It is just what we have seen when it comes to investment bubbles. But this time, the amount of money behind it is astronomical. It's exponentially more than any other bubble we've seen. Because the promise of what is being sold here is that these large language models and agentic AI can be used to replace almost your entire workforce. And if that's the case, if that promise is actually delivered on, then the amount of money to be made there is practically limitless. And so a lot of people in the venture capitalist class have been sold this idea that, oh, yeah, we're just a couple years away from being able to replace entire workforces with AI. And they see dollar signs. They see cartoon dollar signs. And it does not matter that it has not reached a level of profitability that is remotely workable, because venture capitalists are stupid as fuck. So that's that's kind of where it's at. You know? Oops, I'll slap. You need the answer. Is AI profitable yet? Oh, this is lovely. Tracking the spend and revenue of frontier AI companies as of May 2026. Total industry spend 1.4 trillion. Total industry revenue 613 billion. Everyone's broke. Yeah, I mean the amount of money being spent on this and the amount of money recouped on it is, I mean, you can see it. It's Dragonfly, thank you. This is actually really helpful as a visual. Like, even the most successful companies on this are like nowhere near getting this back. And the 613 billion includes the Nvidia profits from selling equipment. Yeah, that's the thing. Nvidia's profits are real. Like, Nvidia made actual money off of this. All these other AI companies, not a single fucking one of them is making money.
That clears up a lot of it, but if it's not profitable, the money goes to like a power grip or government. I am talking about where does it end up, which we might not have an answer yet.
I mean, a lot of it goes to, is wrapped up in like company equity, right? Which is kind of like the perceived value of these companies, right? And and then that can be like bought and sold among investors when it comes to like, you know, I don't know, like Anthropic or OpenAI or whatever. So it's not like, it's not real until those shares are sold for actual money to investors.
The large stock indexes also changed the rules on when retirement funds can invest in new IPOs from 90 days to 7 days.
Oh, God.
If you have an investment account in the stock market, meet with your investment advisor ASAP.
Yeah, Opit, thank you for the $20 super chat. And it is also, I will second that, because the deregulation around risky investments is insane right now. And that is especially worrying because Elon Musk has basically bundled a bunch of his companies together for the SpaceX IPO, which is coming up. I think it's coming up like next week or something. And that is aiming to get like $3.4 trillion or something. And I just want to point out $3.4 trillion off of a company that is entirely funded by your taxpayer dollars. And also, just want to point out, I would not, this is not financial advice, I would not buy stock in SpaceX. I would not do that because my hunch is, just as somebody who like pays attention to companies and stocks and stuff just for the news purposes of it, it really seems like all of the worst people in the world are going to use it specifically to scam you out of your money. Like it seems like it's the kind of thing that is poised to try and get investor capital during the obviously investor capital. What I'm trying to say is not investor capital, institutional investors, right? Meaning pension funds and like your retirement stuff.
But it is on some level real people take out loans, buy shares, there's real exchanges happening, that money exists, like it's all so fake, but it has real effects, like WTF is going on.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's what is going on is a lot of the money that has historically been locked up in bank accounts or long-term investments is currently being liquidated and put into AI.
Most
right?
of the money Nvidia is making is basically all just money that AI companies have said they would pay for chips that do not exist yet. So not even their profits are real.
That's true. That's true. Nvidia has made money, but like a lot, you are right. A lot of it is like gentlemen's agreements, you know? So, yeah, I would just check to make sure like your retirement accounts or whatever aren't being unwittingly invested into SpaceX, because I'm fairly sure that once institutional money gets into it, a lot of folks are going to exit the market with all your money and the price is going to crash.
Forget SpaceX. Invest in RBJ.
Many people are saying. Beakers Squeakers, thank you for the $5 super chat. Oof. So, yeah, hopefully that answers a lot of the questions. Azrak Shinji, thank you for joining the Riverboat chat. I feel like the only good thing AI has done is make it the common man aware of the ecological disasters local governments are willing to commit for a quick buck. That's true. I do think that AI has brought together a lot of disparate communities and made them more politically aware and active in a way that I find very, very good. Though I would prefer the AI data centers and AI in general to not exist anymore. I would like that to stop existing. Whew. I see so many SpaceX rocket launch because my bedroom lines up with their launch pad. It's crazy how many get launched a year.
It's gonna be Facebook. Meta times 1,000 anyway, thanks Jack.
You're welcome, Nathan. Thanks for asking the question. Hopefully that helped other people too. I know that was a long divergence from what we were talking about, but let's keep going. We got other topics to talk about, folks. Maybe this will be a segment.
Framed another way, Nvidia and their partners make money with "I'll pay you $100 to dig a hole, you pay me $100 to fill a hole. Both do nothing and report $100 revenue."
That is part of like that Ouroboros I was
Never
talking
thought
about
I'd
earlier.
die fighting
for sure.
side by side with a data center NIMBY KEKW.
Kumi, thank you for the $5 dono. And Green 31 OSU, thank you for the $10 super chat. God. Everything's fucked. And yet, we hold on to hope and endure. Oof. Are you guys ready to dive into our next segment? Oh, and also, if that was a segment, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, do all the things that help the show, and we can also help you organize your local Dems, your local DSA. We need people to get involved on the local level, folks. So if you need help, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA, or reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that is non-tucking. So go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. There we go. We did it. Maybe. If that was a segment. All right. Oof. Getting sweaty in here. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's exit that. All right. Ah, yes. We'll be talking about the fix next. All right, folks. You guys ready? Hey, Taffy Bot. Welcome, welcome.
Love a segment that's just me paying to hear Jack's opinion on things LMAO.
Yeah, and sometimes I'm open to that. Sometimes, not so much. But that was, I think that was good. Trump tantrum time? Not quite. We're getting there, though. We got to talk about the red Mirage. So, folks, we have to talk about the truth behind our elections. What's happening? Where is all the voter fraud? Clearly, something must be wrong within our voting system because every single time the Democrats keep pulling out victories after days upon days beyond our election day. What gives? Why can't we have instant answers now? We live in the age of the information superhighway. We put a man on the moon, and then we put multiple men on the moon. And yet, it still takes days to count votes. What's up with that? Because I saw that Spencer Pratt was doing really good in the LA mayoral election. And then suddenly I wake up to this. Democrats secure second LA mayor spot and end Spencer Pratt's run. WTF. How? When I looked at the votes the other day, the Democrat was losing. I should correct myself. The Democrat was losing. That's right. And now this Nithya Raman, who even knows who she is? If she is even the pronouns.
Fucking pronouns!
We're in LA, in Newsom's, California. So who could say? This bit has gone on too long. So Nithya Raman won, beat out Spencer Pratt for the second spot in the LA mayor's race. And that's really awesome because she's going up against Karen Bass, who is, I would consider not particularly beloved in LA. She has her supporters, of course, but the race narrowing down to, do you want a progressive who will fight for you, the working people, or do you want the same mayor who's kind of been fucking up a lot and people don't really like? This is actually a great matchup if you support more progressive policies emerging victorious. Like, this is the best case scenario. And like Nithya Raman is also like a dyed-in-the-wool progressive. Like, she's been organizing on the local level in LA for quite some time. And she has, made a lot of enemies among the establishment Democrats by doing so, right? There was a famous leak of various text messages and exchanges between various members of the city council, I believe, in LA, discussing how they were going to destroy her because she wasn't endorsing different members on the council who were more establishment. This is from a couple years ago, and she has persevered, and now she is on the ballot and looks like she might have a decent shot at taking down Karen Bass. And I think that that's really, really cool and good. But I think we do need to talk about the fact that aside from that really interesting matchup, we have a lot of Republicans who are now completely and utterly crashing out over a phenomenon that's been pretty well documented over like the last 20 some years, 25 years, quarter of a century, called the Red Mirage. Now, what is the Red Mirage? All right. The Red Mirage is the phenomenon where most of the time in most races, not every race, but as a general rule of thumb, conservatives turn up on election day to vote. However, that tends to mean that people who vote by mail tend to be disproportionately Democrat. This also means that when you're talking about the people who show up on the day of, there are a lot of votes to go through, and then there are a lot of votes that come in after the election because they're postmarked by election day, which means they have like 7 days to get to where they're going and can still be counted for an election. And so what winds up happening is that where is it easiest to count votes? In rural areas where there are fewer voters. So it takes less time to count all the votes. And so what winds up happening is you have a lot of conservative votes that are counted up relatively quickly. And then you have dense, high population areas where it takes time to count and verify the vote tally, right? And then you have the votes that come in by mail. And those high population areas are very disproportionately blue because we're talking about cities with populations in the millions in some cases. And that in turn means it takes a while to count those. And so there are times, and I'm sure many of you will remember this if you've been paying attention to politics and paid attention on like every general election night ever. But typically, when voters are about to go to bed for the night, that's when Republicans are looking the strongest in their elections, in their races, because they've already received the initial spurt of Republican votes. And then it slows down after that by quite a bit because the disproportionately Democrat populations in cities and in vote by mail ballots continue to come in. So this is what is called the Red Mirage. This idea that, when I went to bed, the Republican was winning, but when I wake up, suddenly there are more votes that have been counted and the Republican didn't win. And when I put it like that, it should seem relatively easy to wrap your head around what's happening. However, critical thinking is not a huge strong suit among the Republican commentariat. And for that, I wanna turn you guys to a highlight of a couple of different conservative content creators. Yeah, also, Land Doesn't Vote is actually a really good example of this too, because Republicans will take a look at a map and say, oh, look at how red this map is. How could it be how could it be that Democrats win any of it? And actually, I want to show you guys. We're not going to watch the entire thing because it's 2.5 hours. But this is genuinely, this was genuinely really great from the Mehdi Hassan, Patrick Bet-David appearance. Let me just find it here. Here.
I know somebody
Yeah.
I am sending this segment to.
Here is the Mehdi Hassan appearance where Patrick Bet-David tries to pull that exact same thing with Mehdi Hassan.
Keep going. Stop. So the former president's margin of victory over Harris is a minuscule 1.6 percentage point. Actually, it's 1.5. It went down after that. Smaller than that of every winning president since 1888, other than JFK and Richard Nixon. In fact, in the 55 presidential elections in which the popular vote winner became president, listen to this. Oh, your viewers are getting some good facts today. 49 of those 55 elections were won with a margin bigger than Donald Trump's in 2024. I hope the president is watching your show. I know he's a friend of his. He's coming on the show.
Can you do me a favor?
Donald Trump, you lost.
Can you show
you won with a
how many
49th
counties?
Who gives a fuck about counties?
Won.
I'm showing you the margin of victory.
Dude, Mehdi.
He won by 1.5. You can raise your voice, but I've already done my receipts.
If there's anybody that has no room to say anything, look at this here.
My receipts are up.
Look at this here. You
Patrick,
run away. Look
I love
at this here.
You know, land doesn't vote.
He converted Muslims into Republicans.
Patrick, you know, land doesn't.
Dude,
vote. I love these. I love these maps. That's land.
You showed us that.
Land doesn't vote.
Dude,
I gave you the numbers.
Voted for him.
I love Patrick Bet-David because he's truly like an all-American, just an all-American guy. You know, he's like the quintessential MAGA voter. Like, he threw this up and thought it was a good argument after Mehdi Hassan was already breaking down vote percentages. Mehdi was throwing haymakers at Patrick. Patrick shat himself in confusion here, and he doesn't even realize it. It's like that scene from Kung Pao, Enter the Fist. We trained him wrong as a joke. That's your fist to my nuts style. How do you like it? That's Patrick Bet-David in a nutshell. And I just think it's very, very funny how this, in particular, this interaction evolved. And we unfortunately do not have the time to watch that entire thing, but if you do have a spare 2.5 hours, I do highly recommend watching Mehdi Hassan, top of his game, just wailing on Patrick Bet-David for 2.5 hours. It did make me feel bad because there is a part of it that feels ableist, like watching an actual adult get into a street fight with a 10-year-old child. But that is, don't square up. No, Patrick, no. Go home and have a piece of pie. Stop it, Patrick, stop it. I was thoroughly value-tained, I do have to say. Now, let's turn to the Republicans who are reacting to a lot of this. Here's Meghan McCain. For whatever it's worth, people in my life who have never spoken about stolen elections in any capacity are now saying this about California because of the LA mayoral race. I live in California and can tell you not a single person I talk to even knows who Rahman is. They know Karen Bass let Los Angeles burn while partying in Ghana, and they know Spencer Pratt is the wrecking ball to disrupt the machine. No one knows who Rahman is. Why, 4 days later, is she getting the lion's share of counted votes? I try not to get political, but LA is where I live, and I'm here to tell you. There is 0.0% chance that these results are legit. Nithya Rahman has no base. No one knew who she was until Spencer Pratt torched her on debate stage. She gave a concession speech on Tuesday. I honestly don't know how Nithya Raman can accept this with any integrity. Nobody knew who she was. Nobody cared for her failed policies. She was in dead third on election, in tears, accepting her fate, and suddenly, magic ballot drops. Days later, swift her fate. Swift her fate. Yeah, it's almost like working people really like somebody who's going to go to bat for them. But it gets worse because it's not just like Republican commentators, right? It's not just Republican commentators. It's also the fucking Speaker of the House.
I'm not saying it's rigged. I'm saying it stinks to high heaven, and everybody knows that. Let's remove the appearance of impropriety. Let's have what a concept. Let's have votes on an election the day of the election. That's what many states are able to do. I think California is playing around with this.
But what evidence is there to prove that there was rigged?
Look, some of these efforts are so diabolical and so far upstream it is impossible to prove. But I think everybody knows instinctively something is wrong here. And that's a concern. We need people to believe in the integrity of our election system.
I love it. I love that the Speaker of the House is claiming that elections are being rigged, and then when asked directly, point blank, what evidence do you have of that? He's just like, I don't know, man, just vibes. It's just vibes. I tell you, vibes. Have you not noticed the evil portents? The evil vibes that have shifted? Clearly, the vibes indicate that treachery is afoot. We are now in the era where we're fear-mongering and stirring up witch hunts on vibes.
Hey Mike, what asterisk did you and your son view this week?
Honestly, we need to get more left-wing trolls into the press pool, you know? We need to get more left-wingers asking disrespectful questions of people in power. Because, honestly, we need people asking J.D. Vance about him fucking couches. We need people asking Mike Johnson about the weird relationship he has with his adopted son and the weird relationship he has with his non-adopted son, where they are porn accountability buddies with each other. It's really, really weird what's going on there, and more people should be asking him about it instead of deferring to him as if he's some kind of expert who gives a fuck about truth. Right? Because I gotta play this again.
But what evidence is there to prove that there was rigged?
Look, some of these efforts are so diabolical and so far upstream it is impossible to prove.
Some of these efforts to rig the election are just so evil, they're impossible to prove. What? Just break that down for a goddamn second. It's just too evil to prove? Imagine going into court as a prosecutor and your position is just, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this murder, it was just too evil to prove. That, what are you talking about? What are you talking? That would never fly in court for a goddamn second. Why should the American public be asked to accept that? I just... It's truly absurd. It's truly, truly absurd. And, I just want to, round it out with taking a look here at one of the biggest crybabies of all time. And, of course, I'm talking about Michael Knowles. Let's take a look here.
On Election Day.
God, he's so grating.
In Los Angeles, here are the results. It was changing a little bit, and obviously it was a live situation, so we don't have perfect numbers on it, but Karen Bass had anywhere from 35 to 38% of the vote. So she was going to win, as I predicted, even though everyone who thinks that Twitter is real life
totally played gay in a student film. I still can't get over the fact that, like, have you guys seen, like, his opening? Like, his opening dance?
Michael Knowles is the Michael Knowles Show.
This is, every episode opens like this. He's truly a Renaissance man.
On election day in Los Angeles, here are the results. It was changing a little bit, and obviously it was a live situation, so we don't have perfect numbers on it, but Karen Bass had anywhere from 35 to 38% of the vote. So she was going to win, as I predicted, even though everyone who thinks that Twitter is real life.
What the fuck, really? Yeah, every single episode opens like that, and I swear to God, I feel like I remember there being a longer cut of it. I think this is edited down from what it originally was.
Totally, obviously there's a relationship between Twitter and real life, but everyone who thinks that Twitter is really representative of real life, they thought Spencer Pratt was going to win in LA. And I told you all, as I've told you with all of the meta-political phenomena that occur on the right, on the left, but that occur on social media, I said this is not indicative of real life. I was right. Karen Bass had about 35 to 38% of the vote.
What's crazy is that Michael Knowles would be like, Twitter isn't reality. And meanwhile, will then also be like, everyone on Twitter hates trans people or some shit like that. And like, his entire audience just claps like seals, you know?
Spencer Pratt had 28 to 30% of the vote. Okay, so he comes in number 2. And Nydia Raman, the socialist, had 20 to 23% of the vote. That was on election day. But you know, it takes a lot of days to count all those ballots, doesn't it?
You as a weirdo, referencing the opening to The Cosby Show.
Oh, wait, does it really? Wait. I don't remember the opening of The Cosby Show. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. Yep. I see it. I see it. It's just them dancing.
We used to say that about banana republics and totally degraded polities where they steal elections all the time. Now we...
Yeah. Hey, Michael, who's responsible for creating banana republics again? Oh, that's right, the United States. We did the Banana Republic creations. We did that. American citizens went and like toppled Latin American countries in order to form business monopolies.
Say that about our own country. What does that say about us? So, after 5 days of counting all those extra ballots being dropped in by helicopters, Karen Bass has about the same amount. Her total's gone down a little bit. She's at 34.7%. And Nydia Raman, the socialist, overtakes Spencer Pratt. She's got 27.1% of the vote. And Spencer Pratt has 26.7% of the vote. About 3,000 votes. Just a nice, convenient 3,000 votes separate the two of them.
Just so nice and convenient. Can we just out of curiosity here? I want... Yes, here we go. Just a nice, convenient 3,000 votes. And that won't change at all. Except when I check it right now, and now she's up by 12,000 some votes. Oh, 11,700. I'm really bad at math. I'm not going to finish this equation. But like 11,000 some votes. Just a nice round 11,700 some votes.
Stealing elections is nothing new, especially to the Democrats. maybe the most infamous example of this and consequential example of this in
the 2000 election with Bush v. Gore in Florida. Yeah, absolutely.
recent history was the 1948 Senate election in Texas, where
I mean, sure, I guess.
Where LBJ stole the election. He stuffed a ballot box full of ballots, put him just over the edge. This was litigated all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court didn't want to interfere, so they said, well, we don't really have jurisdiction here. They just kind of punted on the question. Robert Caro, the definitive biographer of LBJ, basically proves that LBJ stole that election, but plenty of other people have proven it too. But it was too late. But Robert Caro is writing his books in like 1991.
I mean, that I don't know. I feel like this is more of the go-to for what we talk about when we talk about stolen elections. The Florida vote was ultimately settled in Bush's favor by a margin of 537 votes out of 5.9 million votes. When the U.S. Supreme Court in Bush v. Gore stopped a recount that had been initiated upon a ruling by the Florida Supreme Court. Because the fucking SCOTUS stepped in and said, no, you can't recount that. Even though even though on a state level you absolutely can.
LBJ is totally no less drag name.
That's a really fucking good one. That's a really good drag name though, Sake Tanuki. Hanging Chad is also a really good drag name.
LBJ wins the election in 1948, then becomes vice president. Then Kennedy is killed, becomes president.
For a drag king, obviously.
He's one of the most destructive presidents we've ever had. He's out of office and dead by the time that we can definitively prove it. We know for a fact that election was stolen. Plenty of elections have been stolen in America. So the question is, did the Democrats steal this election too? We don't know for certain. Trump got into this very testy interview with Kristen Welker from NBC. Very testy interview recently.
Clarence T.
Probably anime sidekick gal. Goddamn.
Says, look, they're stealing the election in California. Just, do you have proof? Do you have proof? Where's your proof? This is the most secure election in the history of the world. It's the most secure election since the 2020 election when we did all the same stuff. Okay, no, I don't have proof. I don't have proof that they've stolen the election.
I love the arguments, by the way, that like, oh, well, the 2020 election was stolen, but not the 2024 election. Like, the deep state is so powerful, but only after Donald Trump has been in office. Like, the Democrats have, like, rigged the election in 2020 and then just didn't in 2024. And now they're doing it again and have such a level of control that they can do it in LA for a municipal election, but they couldn't do it in 2024 for the presidential election. Okay. All right.
In LA. But you know what I do know? I know that they have widespread mail-in voting, which is intrinsically less secure than in-person voting. I know that they don't have voter ID, which means that the election is much less secure than it needs to be. I know that they have ballot harvesting, where activists can just go around to all sorts of communities, retirement homes, take somebody's hand, fill out the ballot, and they can then take possession of that ballot and bring it in on behalf of the voter.
Oh no. Volunteers who are held accountable and overseen by others for the city or state going and helping people with like vision disabilities to vote or mobility disabilities to vote. The horror. Oh no. And then they'll take the ballot and deliver them to ballot boxes. Ooh. Just like, I know it's been said before, but this shit, staring straight into the camera and just lying knowingly and openly, should be illegal. Genuinely, there should be some kind of control on it, right? I think that there is maybe a better argument for like members of Congress, like elected officials, staring into the camera and just knowingly lying. That I'm 100% on board with. But like, God, the lies from this man are insane.
I know that LA has ballot drop boxes all over the city.
Oh no, not ballot drop boxes. Why, if you drop them down there, you're going to have to bend over.
Not very secure ballot drop boxes where you can just dump in whatever you want.
You can just you can just dump in whatever you want.
I'm gonna look like a podling who's been fully drained.
I know that there are shenanigans in LA. I remember the 2016 election. I haven't told this anecdote in a minute. I go to vote. I'm one of the only Republicans in LA. That's not true. There are a lot of Republicans in LA, just there are a lot more Democrats than there are Republicans. But I think there might be more Republicans in LA County than just about any other county in the country, just because of how big it is. Anyway, I go to vote in the primary in 2016. All good. Then when I go to vote in the general election, they seem to have lost my voter information. I had to file a provisional ballot. I said, that's pretty weird. I voted just fine in the primary. And you know that I'm a Republican. That's weird that I can't vote formally in the general. I speak to another Republican friend of mine, and he's in a different precinct, all different, same thing. He voted just fine in the primary, but they didn't have his voter information for the general. He had to file a provisional ballot. And he's a lawyer, so he actually fought that all the way to the end, and they said, it was a clerical error. How can we not conclude that there's cheating in LA?
Well, probably because there's not evidence of cheating in LA. Like, people have been using, like, ballot drop boxes in elections, and, like, for literally, in a sense that predates the American Republic. Like, I don't know what to tell you. If you have the problem that Republicans have with voting is that it's democratic. Their problem isn't with the security of the election. They just don't want elections. Like, we have had systems to, like, collect votes by mail in America for like 150 years. We have, like, as a species, had secret ballots since like the Roman Republic. And those votes would be collected and then tabulated.
I guess that's my question. I don't have proof that they stole the LA election. And I know.
Oh, okay. You don't have proof that they stole the election. But how could we not arrive at the conclusion that they did? When you have proof, you need the proof to come to the conclusion. I feel like I'm on crazy pills. Otherwise, again, it's just vibes-based politics. And when you have vibes-based politics, then the cult of personality can just dictate whatever the reality is that you live in. Which is why Republicans are becoming increasingly isolated from basically the entirety of the rest of the country. Because they're following Donald Trump off into his fucking la-la land. Into, like, his senile, delusional world where everything is just AI bullshit. And, like, everyone's getting a medbed card. Everyone's getting a medbed card. Look, it's Donald Trump as Jesus Christ.
Never thought Spencer Pratt was going to win. So I'm not.
Wait, medbeds? Yeah, like this was, I talked about this last year. Let's just take a look here. This was the top result, so we'll just use this one.
Numb to the odd and misinforming and strange stuff that politicians these days post on social media, including our president. But last night at 10:19 p.m. Eastern, President Trump posted this.
Breaking now. President Donald J. Trump has announced a historic new healthcare system, the launch of America's first medbed hospitals and a national medbed card for every citizen.
Every American will soon receive their own medbed card. With it, you'll have guaranteed access to our new hospitals led by the top doctors in the nation.
I'm interrupting just a second. Apologies, to make sure you understand that none of this report is real. It is AI doing a fake Lara Trump Fox report. None of this is real. Medbeds are not real. I'll tell you more about them in a second, but I just wanted to make sure you got that. Anyway, here's the rest of this bogus news report that President Trump shared for some reason.
Equipped with the most advanced technology in the world. These facilities are safe, modern, and designed to restore every citizen to full health and strength.
Again, this is not a real video.
Yeah, we don't need Jake Tapper's take on this. But basically, yeah, Donald Trump is off in his own fucking delusional world where he's seeing AI videos and thinking they're real. He's seeing an AI video of himself promising miraculous disease-curing beds, and everyone in America is going to get them. And then posting it without any additional comments on his official social media accounts as President of the United States. And, like, he doesn't know that it's fake, guys. He just lives in a delusional
His entire
world.
worldview is based on no proof, only subservience to a God that we know is there because the book and the priests told me it was true. It's the cult mentality applied to democracy.
I mean, I would argue it's the cult mentality applied to fascism, because I don't think Michael Knowles believes in democracy. None of his rhetoric actually shows any kind of preference for democracy or appreciation for democracy. You know?
Jack, you forget, a lot of repubs are religious. Evidence for their belief isn't required for certainty.
I mean, I think that, like, some religious people are still, like, rational. You know, like, barring some of their religious belief, like, they're still rational. And, like, Donald Trump is peddling, like, medbed conspiracy bullshit. Like, this, remember I was talking earlier about the conspiracy singularity, everything revolves around that? Medbeds are one of those. Medbeds are a conspiracy theory that the government has always had medbeds, which are hyper-advanced medical beds that can restore you to perfect health and restore your youth, right? And, like, that's not a thing. But he very clearly wanted it to be a thing.
I'm not utopian here. I'm not idealistic. But how can you ask us to conclude that there was not cheating when you have...
Because you don't have evidence of it.
Changed every single rule just about available to you.
Citation needed.
To increase the likelihood of cheating. And you're not concerned about that. And you're not concerned.
Which rules have been changed? Because Michael Knowles hasn't listed any rule changes yet. Like, when he's talking about, like, people going around and, like, helping the elderly, like, fill out ballots and then collecting them and bringing them to a vote drop box, that's not a change. That's been around for quite some time.
concerned about the optics, and you're going to double down on that. And you're going to take 5 days to count the ballots in an election like we're some banana republic in Latin America.
It takes longer to count votes when you are making sure that the vote tally is correct. Like, what's crazy to me is Michael Knowles is making the argument here, like, oh, it takes longer to count votes in a banana republic. It doesn't. It takes less time. It takes less time because they just say, like, oh, look at that. The great leader won with 95% support again. Just one support less than last time. Like, that's it. They don't need to have a real vote count so they can put it out the same day.
How can we not conclude that there is cheating? At the very least, Democrats who are so concerned about trust in our sacred institutions of democracy, the very fact that so many voters believe justifiably that there might be cheating because you've changed all the rules to increase the likelihood of cheating, surely that, the very perception should impel Democrats to change the rules so that...
Oh my God, this is actually an incredible argument. Michael Knowles is now saying that because Democrats exist in a world where Republicans have poured hundreds of millions of dollars into fear-mongering about voter integrity, or voting integrity, rather, that Democrats should change the law because Republicans have fear-mongered themselves into a fervor. We have no evidence that the election was rigged, but Republicans really think that it was rigged, so you should probably change the rules to make them happy. That's not a good argument.
Of course, it's harder to count votes in a banana republic. People are shopping there. This is why you don't try on clothes in a polling booth.
Very true, Sake Tanuki. Oh, God. Also, fun fact, Banana Republic, the store, started as a safari clothing store. A chain of stores meant to sell clothing and an aesthetic reminiscent of going on safari. And that really does make the name of the store, Banana Republic, even more gross when you realize it was originally themed after essentially tourism of countries that had been overthrown by the United States. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, pith helmets and cargo shorts. Shit. Yeah. It's can we take a look here? Yeah, here we go. Where's the image I'm looking for here? Here is an example of one of their early ads. Just so you know that I'm not, like, making that shit up. Literally, Banana Republic, travel and safari clothing. Good stuff.
We all have trust in our institutions, right? No, they have no interest in doing that whatsoever. No reasonable person can conclude that there's not cheating going on in LA. That's the problem. And so long as the party in charge, which is now formally being run by an actual communist, Karen Bass was a formal member of a communist organization. So long as that party doesn't care at all about improving the perception and the trust in our institutions,
But like the thing is, right? He's alleging, oh, the election was fraudulent. It is the Democrats' job to make me, Michael Knowles, somebody who is paid to be wrong in order to shape public opinion in a way that is beneficial to the wealthiest people on earth. It is beholden on Democrats to appease me and my backers. You know, the wealthiest people to ever exist. And like, it's not. It's not. He is the one creating the problem, along with all of his other Republican friends. They are the ones creating the perception that there is something to fix in our elections. There's not. And we know that, by the way.
We in the GOP believe the water below this cliff is quite deep and safe, so you as Democrats should go jump.
Exactly, Paladin. Yeah. No. Don't look at the water before you jump. Just close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Shh. Let's take a quick look here. Yeah. Here's from 2018. Report, Trump Commission did not find widespread voter fraud. This is from 2018, during his first presidency. Donald Trump tried to prove voter fraud, extensive voter fraud. And he put Chris Kobach in charge of that. Chris Kobach from Kansas was one of the leading voices for voter integrity changes in the country, because he, like many Republicans, believed that our elections were compromised, that they were fraudulent. And he believed that there were millions upon millions upon millions of votes to that effect. And when Donald Trump came into power, Trump empowered Chris Kobach to look into that, right? Gave him an entire commission, gave him years to root out fraud and corruption. And the result was nothing. In a letter to Vice President Mike Pence and Kansas Secretary of State Chris Kobach, who are both Republicans and led the commission, Maine Secretary of State Matthew Dunlap said the documents show there was a preordained outcome, and the drafts of the commission report included a section on evidence of voter fraud that was glaringly empty. Again, much like Michael Knowles, all Chris Kobach had was vibes. That's it. That's all Republicans have ever had. And they have the vibes are bad feeling because they watch Republican media that is paid to fearmonger about election integrity. Republican President Donald Trump convened the commission to investigate the 2016 presidential election after making unsubstantiated claims that between 3 million and 5 million ballots were illegally cast. Critics, including Dunlap, rejected his claims of widespread voter fraud. The Trump administration last month complied with a court order to turn over documents from the Voting Integrity Commission to Dunlap. The commission met just twice and has not issued a report. Dunlap's findings received immediate pushback on Friday from Kobach, who acted as vice chair of the commission while Pence served as chair. For some people, no matter how many cases of voter fraud you show them, there will never be enough for them to admit that there's a problem. Kobach said there had been more than 1,000 convictions for voter fraud since 2000, and the commission presented 8,400 instances of double voting in the 2016 election in 20 states. Had the commission done the same analysis of all 50 states, the number would have been exponentially higher, Kobach said. That's still nowhere close to 3 to 5 million fraudulent votes. Like, you found 8,400 instances across 20 states. So, like, at most, we're talking like 20,000 votes, maybe. That's even assuming he's telling the truth, which is extraordinarily charitable. In response, Dunlap said those figures were never brought before the commission and that Kobach hasn't presented any evidence for his claims of double voting. He said the commission was presented with a report claiming over 1,000 convictions for various forms of voter misconduct since 1948. Not since the year 2000, since 1948. So, the actual evidence that was presented as a result of this commission is 1,000 cases of voter fraud across, 70 years. So, all that being said, folks, I hope it's very blaringly obvious how full of shit people like Michael Knowles and the Republican Party are. But that brings us to part 2 of what we're talking about. That's right. All of that was part 1. All of that first part, that was part 1. Because we got to go into the second part of this, which is Republicans are taking those vibes and trying to weaponize them in meaningful ways that harm your ability to vote. In particular, I think we all need to be paying attention to different state level initiatives from Republicans. For example, this piece was published May 28th. All right, West Virginia Watch. States could purge voter rolls close to elections if Supreme Court takes Trump's side in Arizona case. Right? The U.S. Department of Justice asked the Supreme Court on Tuesday to wade into a legal fight between the RNC, Republican National Committee, and a host of Democratic and voting rights groups over a series of voting restrictions in Arizona. If the court takes the case, it could lead to a significant decision granting states greater leeway to purge alleged non-citizen voters close to elections and mandate that voters prove their citizenship, a key aim of the Save America Act. So, effectively, what this does is it says, hey, we are just going to go in and on a state-by-state level, we are going to say a week before the election, 2 weeks before the election, purge the voter rolls now. We think anyone with a Hispanic-sounding name or a foreign-sounding name is a non-citizen voter. They get removed from the voter rolls, which means those people then need to re-register to vote. It's effectively a way to impose a barrier between those people and voting. And what we know when it comes, like when folks in the organizing biz, what you know is every step you place between somebody and an action that they might want to take, the less likely it is that they take that action. So if somebody needs to get an ID, they're less likely to vote. If somebody needs to re-register to vote, they're less likely to vote. If somebody doesn't realize that they need to re-register to vote, they might not even be able to vote when they actually get to the ballot box. Or they might accidentally vote illegally. This is actually a policy that increases the likelihood of illegal voting. Right? Yet doesn't talk about the staggering amount of fraudulent votes from people without citizenship. Absolutely arslerd. there is no evidence that non-citizens vote. So like that's the thing. I'm not talking about that because the evidence doesn't exist. Donald Trump has had the opportunity across 2 administrations to prove voter fraud, and every single time he has failed. Every single time. Anytime he has put together his own commission, helmed by his own guys, he has failed to prove voter fraud. This isn't like even Democrats are standing in his way and withholding information. Like, no, he, as president of the United States, has put together commissions dedicated solely to proving voter fraud, and they've been unable to find the millions of undocumented votes that happen. And the thing is, and if you are still here, and I hope you are, Republicans, he's lying to you. I hope people realize that. Like, it's not that our elections are unsafe, it's that he's lying to you. Now, what else is happening? Because that's not the only thing going on. We're all going to have to keep a close eye on the voter rolls and how that Arizona case goes. However, here's another bad piece of voting news. Trump order limiting voting by mail will stand for now, federal judge rules, according to the Idaho Capitol Sun. Executive order directs Postmaster General, who leads the Postal Service, to propose rule that would block states from sending ballots through the mail except to voters on lists provided by the state. So again, like, they're going to have lists of approved voters. That's what that translates to. That seems bad. Yeah, I mean, these are all attempts to undermine democracy. To say folks can't vote. Stop voting. The decision by D.C. District Court Judge Carl Nichols, a Trump appointee, represents a setback for Democratic groups, lawmakers, and other groups, including the NAACP, who have sued to stop the order ahead of the midterm elections in November. The March 31st order faces at least 5 lawsuits. The executive order directs the Postmaster General, who leads the Postal Service, to propose a rule that would block states from sending ballots through the mail system, except to voters on lists provided by the state to the Postal Service. Under the order, the proposed rule is due this week. Now, the point being here that, yeah, this is now open for comment, and Sweet Blasphemy here is ahead of the game, actually. But this is actually open for public comment. And I highly encourage you all to go leave a comment on this in order to try and protect mail-in ballots, right? Because a lot of people need them in order to vote because they don't have the mobility that they need. They don't have the ability to be there on election day for a whole host of reasons. People be busy, okay? They got shit going on, all right? I put the link in all of the chats. Go check it out. Yes, comments must be received on or before July 2nd. So that's one thing you can do. I'm giving you at least one action point here. All right? And also, I have to come back around, right? I have to come back around. This is entirely based upon conservative fear-mongering. The MAGA movement, the GOP, whatever you want to call it these days, Michael Knowles is saying Democrats need to kowtow to the public opinion. But the public opinion is being shaped by MAGA
Holy
right now.
asterisk, this is evil.
It is evil. It is indeed evil. And I think this might take the cake for evil things. Aliens declassified. This is whitehouse.gov website, by the way. This is real. This is from the White House. They walk among us. For 60 years, the US government has kept a closely guarded secret. Aliens have been walking among us, living in our neighborhoods, and interacting with us in our daily lives. They've shopped in the same stores, attended the same classes as our children, and lived seemingly normal human existences. With one exception, they do not belong here. Millions arrived under the cover of darkness and embedded themselves directly into our society. Countless presidents, congressmen, and senior officials knew exactly what was happening. Instead of protecting American citizens, they chose to cover it up and even accelerate the invasion. Until one man finally had the courage to tell the truth. Bold, unapologetic, unafraid. President Trump was the first to call out the real danger aliens pose to every American family, every community, and the future of our nation. The truth is no longer out there. It's right here, right now. This is gross. It's very gross. It's genuinely just gutter racism. But it's gutter racism that fearmongers about election integrity, right? Alien arrest map live. Wow. Like, if you've witnessed an alien abduction, do not be alarmed. The alien is in good hands. We will take care of it and return it safely to its place of origin. They weren't little green men. These aliens are millions of illegals who invaded our country under the cover of darkness. President Trump told the truth. The cover-up is over. Secure the border. Deport them all. What cover-up? You know, if the truth is here, you've released all the information. What cover-up? Yeah, like the dehumanization, the racism, the fear-mongering. When Republicans and the GOP, MAGA, whatever you want to call it, when they talk about, well, it just seems like elections are fraudulent now. This is what they mean. It's because they've been stewing in this shit for like 25 years. This is on a White House official site. Yeah, it's whitehouse.gov/aliens. If they don't check ID, why would they bother checking a signature? They check against you in the system, ding dong. That's why you register to vote. Whereas you're saying that doesn't happen, it's not incumbent upon me to prove that voter fraud doesn't happen. It's incumbent upon the people alleging millions of undocumented voters voting to prove that it happened. And the more that they say that this happened, the more evidence there should be of it. And yet, despite 12 years of Donald Trump alleging that this is the case, that millions of undocumented immigrants are voting in our elections, despite him putting together commission after commission to specifically investigate it, we have no concrete information about it. So either it's all just covered up so well that even Donald Trump can't get to the truth of it, or I'm just spitballing here, he might be a liar. that isn't what is alleged. It is what is alleged. Donald Trump literally put together a commission after he was elected the first time to investigate the 3 to 5 million illegal votes from undocumented immigrants. And they found 1,000 cases of voter fraud since 1948. Which is, I don't know how to break this to you, a lot less than 3 to 5 million. And it's not even saying that those people were undocumented voters, just saying some form of, like, discrepancy with their vote. Which means that the actual number of undocumented people voting in this country is ridiculously low on a year-to-year basis. Yeah, the Heritage Foundation was tracking this for a while. You know, the think tank behind Project 2025. They found only 68 undocumented people voting in elections over the past half a century. You can ask Elon baby mama. Elon has the exact numbers of the presidential election 4 months before the election for president. No, he didn't. Elon Musk is also a fucking liar. Like, I don't know what to tell you. When did Trump make the claim 3 to 5 million illegal immigrants voted? Here. Honestly, the fact that I have to Google shit for you is demeaning to me, so I'm only going to do it this one time. Here's from January 23rd, 2017. AP report, Trump advances false claim that 3 to 5 million voted illegally. Donald Trump asserted in a private meeting with congressional leaders Monday night that he would have won the popular vote in the 2016 election if 3 to 5 million immigrants living in the country illegally hadn't voted. Trump made the debunked claim without offering any evidence at a White House meeting with Democratic and Republican leaders, according to a Democratic aide familiar with the exchange who spoke on condition of anonymity. House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy alluded to it, telling reporters that Trump and the lawmakers talked about the different Electoral College popular vote tallies. Asked if anything surprised her about the meeting, House Democratic Leader Nancy Pelosi said, "I won't even get into that. There's been no evidence of it. Trump has made the unverified claims before, tweeting in late November that he would have won the popular vote if you deduct the millions of people who voted illegally. He also alleged at the time that there had been a serious voter fraud in California, New Hampshire, and Virginia, and complained that the media wasn't covering it." And since then, he has continued to make similar claims for every single fucking
Haven't caught the
election.
stream in a hot minute. New hair slaps with this outfit.
Thanks, Punk Monk. Appreciated. Luckily, folks, there are people who are doing things to help make voting easier. Okay? Out of literal billions of votes over the past 70 years, only 1,000 cases of fuckery. Damn, that's shockingly low. Yeah, it's ridiculously low rates of voter fraud. So, I found this interesting. Salt Lake Tribune, Utah postal workers are fed up with the tax on mail-in ballots. Here's how they're pushing back. American Postal Workers Union is airing a TV ad in Utah declaring America needs vote by mail. Is there a link to the actual ad? Hell yeah.
I want to vote, but I work long shifts, so I vote by mail.
I want to vote, but I work sun up to sundown.
I vote by mail because my job is in the air.
My family needs me.
I'm usually on call.
It's hard for me to get there.
I'm stationed far from home.
I'm away at school.
We trust voting by mail.
It gives us time to decide.
I vote by mail because I know my vote will count.
Vote by mail.
Keep it. Protect it.
Expand it.
The dastardly postal workers, of course! They're behind all of the fraud. I know it! I just feel it in my bones. A certain vibe, I think. One of those ladies smiled at me funny, and I think she might be one of those fraudulent voters. Like, It's important. It's important. With Utah having a rich tradition of vote by mail, we couldn't think of a better place than Utah to run this ad. Union leaders emphasize that the campaign is nonpartisan and their union supports any politicians who champion the postal service. Utah's by-mail election system is popular. A poll commissioned by the union concluded 93% of Utahns use the ballots they receive in their mailboxes. Which is, by the way, why Republicans hate mail-in voting. It's because more people get to vote. All of the programs, all of the things pushed for by Republicans aim to shrink the number of people who are eligible to vote. Because when fewer people vote, that benefits Republicans. Someone said he said it. Yeah, someone said he said it. And then he has also publicly alleged millions of votes. Let's take a look here. Last time I Googled something for you. Here you go. Here's Donald Trump writing, in addition to winning the Electoral College in a landslide, I won the popular vote if you deduct the millions of people who voted illegally. Now, that's him, not attaching any number to it per se, of course, but he is alleging millions of people, millions plural, so minimum 2 million undocumented people voted against him in the 2016 election. That's him alleging that. Publicly, etc. It's not my fault that you can't be bothered to Google or fact check. Please use your brain. Honestly, just like retain information, because like Donald Trump constantly alleges voter fraud. It's like his go-to move.
Google debunkers.
Now, also, now that we're kind of rounding out the end of this, I did want to bring this up, which is that we have one last red mirage that I'm hoping doesn't become a red reality. And that is, of course, the California governor race. Actually, let's see if there's been any update. No update yet. This one is a bit of a nail biter, right? Tom Steyer is currently 220,000 votes behind Steve Hilton. There are still 17% of the votes left to be counted in this race. So it is still technically feasible for Tom Steyer to pull out a victory over Steve Hilton here for second place, which would be, I think, an incredible accomplishment. And granted, between the last time I looked at it and right now, which I think was about 10% of the vote, Steyer has gained by like 120,000 on Steve Hilton, but 17% left to count is very thin. This could really come down to the wire in California, but like, keep your fingers crossed for Tom Steyer, folks. It's so close, but the decision desk called it for Hilton. Yeah, but like, it's also so close that I'm not going to call it, right? I do think that Tom Steyer could still pull this out. But, 220,000 is a big hurdle to overcome. Basically, right now, if it continues in the vein it has, I see a dead tie. That's kind of the thing. Like, it's going to come down to a very small handful of votes. Why do these neoliberal Democrats keep winning? What the fuck is wrong with people? Because people know their names. That's really a huge portion of it. People know them. And the devil you know is often safer than the devil you don't in politics. When he alleges fraud, he's pointing to PA. Nah, dog. Where are the millions of fraudulent votes in PA? Where are they? He's not alleging 10,000 there. He says millions. Maybe you need to get your ears or eyes checked. Maybe you need to go take a literacy class to refresh yourself. I don't know what to tell you. I don't claim that. Don't half-ass read. I don't know. Seems like you're half-ass reading when he's talking about millions of people voting illegally for or against him, rather. Well, what he really meant by millions of people was 10,000 people in Pennsylvania. Like, shut the fuck up. Get your head out of your ass. All right. And last but not least here, folks, I do want to highlight another candidate whose primary is coming up on, let's see here, early voting running June 6th through June 12th. So we're right smack in it. The election day is June 16th in Georgia. But folks, Rua Roman, okay? Rua Roman in Georgia. I think she's the real deal.
It's time to end the almost 30-year Republican rule of our state so we can expand access to healthcare, protect our communities from ICE, lower utility costs, and stop Republican efforts to suppress our vote. I'm State Representative Rua Roman, and I am running to become your next state senator for District 7. This is a once-in-a-generation election cycle for our state. Vote for me on June 16th.
Yep, endorsed by AOC, Hank Johnson, Sam Park, Kirkland Garden? Kirkland Garden or Carden? Carden. Cool. Like, she's got a lot of support both from national level progressives as well as local Georgia officials. Like, it's some good shit, right? I, for one, am really, really hoping that we can pull out more progressive victories across the South. It's going to be tight, but I think that right now it's possible to do. All right? She's such a lovely person overall. She absolutely is. Absolutely. So, all that being said, folks, I know that there's a lot to be down about when it comes to elections and like how just constant the attack on voting systems and our voting integrity is. But voting in America is safe. It's safe, it's effective, and we need to protect it against these Republican ghouls. So, folks, join your local Dems, make them more progressive. Join your local DSA, make them more effective. If you need help getting involved with either of those organizations, we got people in our community to help you get involved. Join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA. Both have years of experience organizing and can help you both get started and also give you advice on how to win over your local branch of your Dems or your DSA and make them not shit. Like it is a process and it is difficult, but if we all work together, we can do it. Okay? And also check out Progressive Victory. They can plug you into, especially if you're very isolated, they can plug you into national level races across the country to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, research, etc. They're doing some good work over there. So check them out if you feel inclined and the other two aren't really your jam. Link to Progressive Victory down below. And also, just do all three if you can. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie. And it's non-tucking. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And I can't remember if I said it or not. Hit the like button, subscribe, and let me know what you think in the comments. about the red Mirage. I look forward to reading them. All right, let's keep on going. Texas is in play now. That is nice. Tallarico got him scared. Okay. You know, let's just take a gander. Oh, you know what? We've actually been going for over 4 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, if you've been getting anything out of it, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click All right. Now, folks, I do want to take a moment of your time because you guys have officially surpassed 100 subs, which means that I can show you what our sub goal is. Let me just pull this up here. Here we go.
Almost saw his face.
LA's a drag. I'm leaving.
I've had just about enough out of you. What Laura needs is to have a real man take over.
At last, my love, I have found you.
Laura, it's Keith.
I have searched for you for such a long time. You know you want me, why do you resist?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What the? It's Dracula's Angel, a feature film. It's you know, a further adventure into the world of. Was I sober when I found this? Yes. I found it because a bunch of people came in from Dead Domain years ago talking about how great their
Remember,
viewing
folks, any
experience
hole's a
was.
goal. Now gimme them ears.
Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Not AI, this is true human art. True! This is better than anything AI could ever make. Anything AI could ever make. That's true. Absolutely true. And I still have not seen it. To this day, I haven't taken a look at it in the feature-length film form because frankly, I need moral support. I need you all there with me, by my side. All right? Of course I've played Wolfenstein. I've got culture. I always get confused when not me, Nathan, makes a donation. Sorry, Nathan, you. Dracula's Angel Goal and Castlevania trailer. Big week for vampire news, right? Also, apparently Dawn Walker's ending got leaked. Let's see. I remember watching that on Dead Domain, but I can't remember any of the content. That's fair. That's fair. Dawn Walker? Yeah, it's a cool vampire game that's coming out soon. Blood of the Dawn Walker. It's cool. Yeah, here.
Must be here somewhere.
It's all right.
Lunka! Don't hurt her! You gave us quite the chase, young man.
Please, sir. She's just a child!
Ah, Roderick, remind me, did I make an exception for children?
No, sire.
No. That would have been foolish, would it not? They spread the plague just as well as adults. And there's only one way to stamp out this sickness.
No!
Not just a runner, but a fighter, too. Had we met under a different moon, things might have ended there.
Lunka! My sister. She needs help. Fast. Please, let us pass through. I beg of you. Please. Please. How?
I am life. I am death. I am everything in between. I have been watching your little valley. Pestilence, famine, killing. Blood spilt carelessly, like water. Things will be different now. For all of you.
It's really cool. It's very neat. I've been looking forward to it for like 2 years. I'm so happy there are more vampire games coming out. Means the world is starting to heal. True. I haven't seen the trailer for the new Vampire the Masquerade game, but we have to cover content. We have to get through content. We have to get through content. All right. You know what? I'm going to mix up stories a little bit. Maybe we'll do the Iran story later. Yeah. Cool. But distractions and stun locks. I know, Uncle Gumbald. I know. What if AI is just an attempt by vampires to summon eternal night? I think vampires could do better than AI. Is that content Dracula's angle? Yes.
Quick, best tangents chat.
No. Oof. I am going to go use the bathroom, though. And when I return, we're going to do some Steven Crowder. And then talk about Trump's crash out. But don't go anywhere, folks. We got more content coming soon. I just got to pee and let some fresh air into this room because it is very hot in here. So, BRB. Gonna stretch too.
Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. the world. It is that our dreams can become reality.
Let's go! There we go!
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hand. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. first time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
All right, I am back. The room is roughly 10 degrees cooler. which really helps. It's very hot in here and stuffy. What band is this? Sweet Myths, friend of the show. Did you get shorter hair? I did. How many segments do we have left? As many as we can get through. Yeah, we are going to dive into this real quick. So, folks, sometimes I just want to take a look at something because I'm morbidly curious. And in this particular case, I'm morbidly curious about a thumbnail I saw on Steven Crowder's Bits channel, and a video titled "The Gayest, Lamest Thing DC Has Ever Done" just dropped for Pride Month. And frankly, I've never heard a more ringing endorsement of anything if Steven Crowder thinks something is the gayest. I think that counts as a Pride Month stamp of approval. Because let's be real, Steven Crowder knows gay.
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
And honestly, that's pretty gay. Let's find out, shall we?
June, used to be a month that I really enjoyed, Cultural Appropriation Month. And now, you guys know, I'm not a big fan of Pride Month, which is June. And that's just because it's gay, so let's get to it.
Yeah, he's very, he doesn't know what about it. He's just like, he's a little uncomfortable when Pride Month rolls around. It's, little, I don't know, it hits a little too personally for Steven.
Didn't it used to be just a week? Or am I like out of my mind? Was it always a month? Once. It was a day, then it was a week, now it's a month.
Gay
When is
Pride
it?
Month, then there's Trans Day of Visibility, there's Trans Day of Awareness, there's, what's the other one?
I do want to really clarify again, because a lot of people don't seem to get this. Like, the idea that, like, gay people just celebrate all month long during Pride? Like, bitch, we're busy. We gotta go to work. We gotta, like, go run errands and shit. Like, it's just a general time frame during which businesses and cities have, like, their events for Pride. And those events might happen over the course of, like, one weekend when there's, like, one event or, like, a 2-day event. But, like, it's not an entire month. Kind of like how during Halloween month, you aren't constantly celebrating Halloween. There's just one day of Halloween. But businesses start advertising it really early. And hey, you can buy a bunch of Halloween themed things. And hey, you can like go to a costume party that might not necessarily be directly on Halloween. It's not, in fact, that difficult a concept to wrap your head around, because even conservatives celebrate Halloween, most of them. You know, during the holidays, a lot of conservatives will pop in A Nightmare Before Christmas or something if they don't think it's too heretical. Like, conservatives understand the concept, but they pretend not to every time Pride Month rolls around.
National Coming Out Day.
There's Turn Into a Pillar of Salt Day.
Yeah. I can't wait for that one.
There's
Learn How to Fly Day.
There's If There Are 10 Moral Men Day.
Shoot Up a School Day.
Oh, they Learn How to Fly Day. You know, like, these are the kinds of people, by the way, who will always be like, oh, I'll pay for your ticket to go to Gaza. And, you know, they throw people off the roof there for being gay. And it's like, yeah, it'd be terrible to encounter homophobia in another country. Can't imagine what that would be like in the good old US of A. Nope. No, sir. Like, I don't know. Sometimes not everything made in America is great. I could do without the made in America bigotry.
They're making that into a month too.
Hopefully it's in the summer when school's out.
Yeah, exactly right. True.
It's gonna be summer of pride soon.
Is Trans Awareness Day even a thing? Am I a bad trans for only knowing Trans Day of Visibility and Trans Day of Remembrance? Those are the only two I know. Also, can we like just take a minute to talk about holidays? Right? I'm just okay, look. All right. Just on a whim, right? I was wondering, is there a National Blue Day? I just Googled it. This was the #1 result. Colorectal Cancer Alliance, Dress in Blue Day. Wear blue for Dress in Blue Day. Dress in Blue Day is the first Friday in March that promotes National Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that no one's holding a gun to the head of conservatives to say it's National Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. You have to wear blue on the first Friday. If you don't, we all die. No one's doing that. But these chuckle nuts act like they're being forced to celebrate Trans Day of Visibility or forced to celebrate Trans Day of Remembrance.
Also, Crowder is actually joking about school *. The hypocrisy of the right knows no bounds.
Of course not. Of course not. But like, there are all kinds of holidays all the time that you might just not be aware of. But like, it doesn't matter because there's not like an enforcement mechanism forcing you to know what that holiday is and to celebrate it. Sorry. No one is forcing you to celebrate Pride Month. You don't have to go to Pride events. You might have to see Pride flags, but I think you might live. I think you might be okay. You know, conservatives are supposed to be big and tough and strong, never shed a tear, manly man types. Like, I think you guys can handle seeing a flag. I mean, I would hope so. Otherwise, you'd have to be like the biggest baby on the planet. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
God. Okay. This is a bad start, but it's a good start. Here are some of the gayest moments of the month so far.
Hi, beautiful people. It's Jennifer Lopez, star of Office Romance, and I am here to wish you
72,
a
still trying to be hot.
Happy Pride Month.
Still trying to be hot? What do you... Are you kidding me? First of all, J-Lo's 56 years old. Second of all, like, she's still insanely hot. I just don't know. I don't know how you can make the argument that she's not. This is literally from 6 days ago. She's a very good-looking lady.
Let's be honest, you deserve all 12 months of the year.
Nope.
So make
No,
sure
you
this
don't.
one is extra special.
Nobody does.
Pride is important to me because pride is about
Is that a gay
representation.
Sikh?
It's about
Is that a thing?
representing
It's a suck.
underrepresented
He's hiding the knife.
amplifying
Seeking
them
men.
in public life.
What the
healthcare,
hell It's Johnny is Queer. even that?
and pushing for
Okay, but that outfit is serving so much cunt, though. Look
Maybe
at those bell
Crowder
bottoms.
just doesn't think women are hot.
Like, holy fuck. Dapper as hell. These guys do not appreciate art. And this guy made himself art. And I think that's cool.
equity for all.
We're celebrating Pride Month in the gayest city in the world.
Hey, that's me. I have something to tell you.
Amazing performance by
How is that not gay appropriation of an entire culture's dance? They get mad about Taco Tuesday?
Cause they're the thing that's gay about it is that the men are dancing with the men and the women are dancing with the women. That's not gay appropriation, that's just gay people dancing. Like, it's like Steven doesn't understand the concept of being gay, which is odd.
You want to feel like that man can't control himself because of this carnal, just unbridled attraction to you that he can't keep his hands off of you.
Yeah. Steven Crowder, come on, do better. You know what gay is.
How are you really gonna feel about like, hey, let's throw some fags at their entire national dance?
Oh, Mayor Chow, baby.
Mayor Chow.
Yeah, also, Steven Crowder dropping slurs, not surprised. But also, as if Steven Crowder really gives a shit about the integrity of different styles of dance. And assuming for even half a second that that's true, isn't that like one of the gayest things you could do? Like he's just so passionate about the arts, guys. Like I don't know. My guy, deal with your issues in a less public venue.
Yeah, she's trying.
So that's probably a trans person if it's Mayor Chow.
So
guys, I can't. That actually made me sick to see Mayor Chow.
I love probably a trans person. We don't know though.
Of Toronto twerk. That's not. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
I just threw up in my mouth a little. I'm 100% serious.
That made me gay. I have to call my wife and tell her.
If you thought that clip of Mayor Chow was gross, wait till you see how the gays reacted. Oh.
Jeez, dude.
That's not what I expected at all.
That was a zag.
So.
Man. The show really is bottom of the barrel, ain't it?
Yeah, how do you move on?
We're going to get to Wonder Woman being trans, to be clear.
Man, God, I hope so. That's why I clicked on the video. We're over halfway through it.
My first question, though, before that is, I guess, what if Superman was trans? It's just a transition to the song that I like.
If I cut off my dick, will you still call me Superman? I heard.
Look, I know that there are a couple of things happening here that we're now looking at AI slop, which pervades most of Steven Crowder's program these days. But the fact that he introduces the song by saying, this is a song I quite like about Superman becoming trans. Crowder, you're not beating the allegations. you are not beating the allegations that people make online about you being an egg. You're not beating it. You, my God. I just.
That Wonder Woman's getting one man from the skin on her hair. They're gay, they, thems, they're queer, straight out of a shred. And he's mine. It's decent pride.
Like what you see?
Ah!
No, we don't.
I think Steven might. Steven might like what he saw.
So,
It's Superman.
yeah, it's Superman. It's a her. It's a they.
No, it's Superman.
It's ma'am. By the way, most used power of Superman, X-ray vision. So
nice to slit his wrist up.
DC.
I'm sorry, just real quick.
Oh, it's Superman.
It's ma'am. By the way, most used power of Superman, X-ray vision.
Because, you know, the virtuous Boy Scout Superman would really just be looking at people's dicks and vaginas all day. That's something Superman would do. What's next? Attack helicopter? I'm just like, just tell me about trans Wonder Woman. The suspense is killing me.
So
nice to slit his wrist up.
DC finally or officially turning Wonder Woman trans. As always, you can check the references, links in the description. We make them available.
Oh my God, thank you. I'm so glad you have citations.
Every show, 11 a.m. Eastern.
Well, wait, you can't just throw that up there. We'll read it. Nia Nal, aka Dreamer, is DC's new Wonder Woman. Multiple possessed Green Lanterns, now after succumbing to the dream influence of Mal Sinestro, aka the Witch Queen, Nia Nal and Taylor Barzilay wake up in another reality in Justice League Dreamgirls, a DC Pride event #1. In this dimension, they're Amazons, and Nia Nal replaces Diana Themyscira in her early days, meeting a wounded Steve Trevor and heading toward her very own Wonder Woman origin story. After becoming the first transgender superhero on television, Nia Nal's cultural impact expanded globally. She made history as Fortnite's first openly transgender character during the 2022 Rainbow Royale event. Oh, trans superhero Dreamer. Okay. Okay, so in Justice League Dreamgirls, the actresses dream their characters? Okay.
Always, you can check the references, links in the description. We make them available every show, 11 a.m. Eastern weekdays. So the trans superhero Dreamer is set to kind of take over the Wonder Woman mantle in a new comic launching tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Mantle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not womantle.
No. I see what happened there.
Nah, sorry.
And she doesn't even have superpowers, just to be clear. I do appreciate the accuracy. She just has the strength of one man. Okay. Of a man. She uses her lasso of lived experience, but only on herself. And every time you dead name it, it tightens.
Doesn't skip leg day.
Ha 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 ha. Get it? Ha 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 ha. Also, just for the record, this is what Dreamer looks like in the show. Oh no. Someone who already kind of looks like Wonder Woman became Wonder Woman. Oh no.
That one didn't. That one didn't. It looks to me like Wonder Woman was someone who lost a lot of weight, so still had the muscle from carrying it around.
Also has a not so invisible dick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But does have an invisible dad.
You know, they do all spend a lot of time talking about and thinking about dicks. It's weird. He's like, yeah, like there is an element of like joy to this. Like I think like there's like a fetish element for him to this. Right? Like a chaser element. Dreamer's also an alien. Well, guys, also just want to point out what Wonder Woman isn't like a traditional cis woman, because Wonder Woman in the original origin for Wonder Woman is fashioned out of clay. Like I don't know. Then she got retconned to being a flesh and blood woman, so I guess she was already trans. You know, she went through a kind of transition.
Like DC. Here's the thing. This just shows you how tone deaf they're. Like Marvel destroyed some of their IP by going just feminist, just a little bit too woke. I mean, that's why Marvel and DC is like, hey, we've always been.
No, Marvel destroyed their brand by just requiring you to watch like 50 different television seasons in order to understand references in fucking movies. And when all you had time to watch was Marvel, then like it stopped being fun. It's because everything became Marvel, okay? Like it's not that hard to figure out. I have time to watch like maybe 2 movies a year from Marvel, and the inclination to watch like 2 movies a year from Marvel, maybe. And I don't want to watch a bunch of different television shows that connect between the time period, because there's already too much to do. Too much to do, too much to see. Something in the backseat.
Kind of, at best, nipping at the heels of Marvel and not doing anywhere near as well. Let's emulate the parts that didn't work for them. Let's make more trans. Let's lean into that. That's what comic book fans want. I mean, how many...
This character's literally been around since like 2018. Are you seriously fucking crying about a character that's been around for almost a decade at this point?
Examples do you need after Gamergate, after we saw Brie Larson, after She-Hulk? It never goes well. This is how you know that in Hollywood, because they're so insulated, it's not even only a profit motive. Though it wouldn't be acceptable to pump degeneracy into young, impressionable Americans' minds.
It's not only mean-spirited, it's just not funny who laughs at this. Other mean-spirited bigots. Like, this is the level of humor that, like, white nationalists operate on. You know? Like, this is the level of, like, humor that transphobes operate on. It's not funny, and it's just, like, really mean and, like, kind of gross. And, like, has a weird sexual undertone to it that's disturbing, to say the least. I mean, like, Steven Crowder has just really leaned into it lately. Like, he's just straight up being like, yes, seeing a character that debuted on the CW in 2018, seeing that character is what is spreading moral degeneracy, because all the kids are becoming trans because they saw a
Brie
trans
Larson
character.
thing wasn't even woke. People just got mad 'cause woman.
Well, that's the thing. Like, Captain Marvel wasn't like a particularly remarkable movie. Also, like, it wasn't remarkably bad or remarkably good. It was just all right. And like, people lost their shit over it because it was whamming. Truly.
For a profit motive, it would still be reprehensible, but they will do this to try and shift perceptions over time in spite of unprofitability. It's an ideological motive.
Do you think he thinks that if he complains about dick enough, his wife will come back? It's the only way he can make up for what he did. It's just, he's always just one more dick mention away. before he makes his final dick mention home.
And it's evil. Hey, do you like what you saw?
Absolutely not. That was terrible. Honestly, I apologize to everyone. That was way too much time to spend on this. That was supremely unenjoyable. Anyway, like, comment, and subscribe, I guess? I thought we were going to get a lot more of them talking about and riffing about trans Wonder Woman, but literally they didn't talk about it at all. They didn't talk about it at all. They didn't talk about the story at all. We had to read it off the screen to know what the synopsis was because they just wanted to be like, trans DC, and then like, that's it. Like, actually talk about it, guys. I want to hear your crazy right-wing critiques of like the story. And like, that's not what that was. I feel lied to. I expected better from Steven Crowder. A man who's always been very honest with himself and others.
You have a God-shaped hole.
Thanks, Steven. Like, comment, and subscribe. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Join your progressive victory. Do it. There are links down below. Join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tuck. ImogeneOlivia.com. Check it out. Link down below. Let's keep on going. That was truly vile. All right.
His promise to never start.
All right. Let's do this. Folks, we've been going for almost 5 hours now. If you've gotten anything out of today's show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And do consider supporting the show. Your subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And click the like button if you haven't yet.
Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click
down Roomba, thank you very much for the raid.
Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button.
All right, folks. One more segment, I think, is what I got in me. I feel like my voice is gonna give out soon, so let's do what we can, folks. All right. So, folks, we need to talk about Donald Trump because the Trump administration feels like it's kind of reached a tipping point. There's so much going on in America right now. So much is going wrong. It's all beginning to spiral out, and like everybody hates Donald Trump. Like, sure, he has his core base, but like even his own coalition is starting to crack. And I think that that's an indicator that we're going in a direction where reality is colliding with the lies in a way that isn't possible to ignore. And that's a frankly existential problem for Donald Trump. Here's one example, right? And many of you might be familiar with this already if you've been on social media today, but this was Donald Trump earlier this evening at Madison Square Garden during Game 3 of the NBA Finals. And here's how the crowd reacted to him appearing on screen. Now, a couple of things. One, clearly getting booed by an entire arena of people. And number two, he doesn't look good. Like, he is shown later in this, just like, look at this. Look at him stand and like sway back and forth. And it looks like he gasps for air. Like, those body movements aren't him being okay. You know? Later on, he fell asleep. That does not surprise me. Now, that's just, of course, like a bunch of people booing him in a stadium. Let's take a look. What are some other things that are catching people's eyes? Because he's been in the news lately quite a bit for this $1.776 billion slush fund that he and his family get to control, and also gives him and his family like IRS immunity forever. And like, that seems
Was
bad.
he being booed? It sounded kinda quiet on my end. Maybe the stadium cut the sound.
Oh, he was being booed very, very clearly. But he is very, very corrupt in a way that isn't really possible to ignore anymore. He's giving himself a $1.776 billion fund of taxpayer money. That's your money. That is your money. And he is taking it to use for his little friends, his toadies, right? People don't like that. Even MAGA supporters don't like that. And it's just so blatantly corrupt. And part of the problem is it's only getting more corrupt as time goes by and he feels more and more emboldened, right? Like, this piece in the Washington Post the other day just made my heart skip a beat. Ballroom donors won $50 billion in contracts after giving to Trump Project watchdog group fines. Now, a lot of these donors have been secret, meaning we haven't known who these donors are. And the administration refuses to list the full, release the full list. There are 27 known corporate donors for this project. And together they have donated a combined $400 million to this Trump ballroom. And I just want to point out one thing here, right? Just a little average, right? Which is that if we have 400 million divided by 27, that's around $14.8 million per donation. right? And in return for $14.8 million, all right, each one of those companies, on average, got $1.85 billion. I want you to, like, hold that for a second. For a donation of $14.8 million, they got a government contract worth $1.8 billion. That's your money. That is your money being given to individuals, possibly corporations, that that did Donald Trump a favor. This is blatant corruption. No, not like that, Banana Brains. But on average, this is what it got people. This is some of the most blatant corruption, and I am not kidding when I say every CEO, every business, whoever did these donations to the ballroom and got these contracts, whoever did that, everyone who organized those deals need to go to prison. They need to go to prison forever. There needs to be accountability for the corporate oligarchs who are stealing from us. They are stealing from us to enrich themselves, and they know it. They just think they can get away with it right now. And that cannot be allowed to stand. That cannot be allowed to be the case. All right? Because, like, it's becoming more and more blatant by the day. This is a piece in Politico from today. Sam Bankman-Fried is now trying to court Donald Trump for a pardon. And honestly, it would not surprise me that in like a month or so, it comes out that Sam Bankman-Fried gives Donald Trump like $1 billion, and he gets to just walk away scot-free because of a pardon. This is the guy who ran FTX into the ground. Like, so many people lost their entire life savings because of him. And he's just gonna, like, walk away scot-free because he gave the Trump family $1 billion. Now, let's also take a look here at another thing, right? Which is specifically this.
I want to switch over because I know you're on the Senate Agriculture Committee and beef prices are at an all-time high. There's new concern about the beef supply now with the discovery of that flesh-eating screwworm among cattle there in Texas. But what's being done to try to contain this new threat and really overall to keep these prices down?
Yeah, Charlotte, well, we got this. We've been through this before. We eradicated the screwworm in 1966, and we'll talk about this. But this is another thing we can thank Joe Biden for, that when millions of people came out of Central America, they brought this screwworm with them. It was on their pets, maybe on their flesh as well.
I want to switch over because now
that's really interesting, right? Because the screwworm was annihilated in the United States 60 years ago. There's been an entire generation that has come up not knowing about screwworm. And for those of you who don't know, it's a terrible like fly that comes in, lays eggs in open wounds, and then those eggs hatch and make the wounds bigger while the young feast upon the flesh of whatever animal gets infected with it. It's really, really gross.
This is explicitly because Doge cut funding to us aid.
Nathan, spoilers! Spoilers, Nathan! But yes, that's exactly what happened. Elon Musk ordered Doge to end the program that continued to keep screwworm out of North America. Specifically, what we're talking about here is there was a program, and how it got annihilated, very fascinating story. Researchers figured that they could irradiate male screwworms, screwworm flies, so that they were infertile. And because screwworms only mate once, they could then release the infertile male screwworms. And then there would just be no screwworm babies anymore. And this process, highly effective. And they moved it further and further south as they annihilated it until right now, like the program has been in like a stasis across Latin America for some time due to, limitations to like monitoring, etc. Basically holding back screwworm from coming north. Now it's come north. And the question is, why is it that 3 weeks ago, roughly, we started seeing these cases, or not 3 weeks ago, but like we've now seen like 4 of these cases near the Mexican border in Texas. Why is that? Well, turns out Doge cut the program that released all of the irradiated screwworm flies. So that's really cool. Awesome stuff. It was done extraordinarily cheaply, and the costs to American ranchers were astronomical prior to screwworm being annihilated in North America. So that's cool. And I do want to stress here, this is entirely on the Trump administration. This isn't Joe Biden did something, or like, oh no, it's Joe Biden's fault. Ha ha ha. Elon Musk specifically cut the program. And ranchers and farmers are gonna know who's responsible for that as we get closer to, oh no, more screwworm happening. If this keeps going, it's gonna be everywhere, because screwworm spreads fast. Now let's move on to this. Right?
I gotta say, if you were making a list of 1,000 adjectives to describe this guy, masculine would not be one of them. I mean, this guy, if a
He's talking about James Talarico here.
stiff breeze came by, it would blow him over like a feather. This is also a guy who his campaign, he ran a vegan no meat campaign because meat is destroying the world. He's opposed to oil and gas. This is the Democrat Party, and they will vote.
Now, what's crazy to me here is that Republicans say that they value strength and masculinity, right? It's what they value about folks in the Republican Party. And it's why they are attacking James Talarico and calling him like effeminate and gay and transgender and vegan, like all of it to Republicans. That means all the same thing, right? I just want to point out that this coming from Ted Cruz is obscenely rich for a couple of different reasons. Because Ted Cruz ran against Donald Trump in 2016. And Ted Cruz had, like, to his face, Donald Trump called his wife ugly, claimed that his dad was a serial killer, or sorry, claimed that his dad was the JFK's assassin. And also, like, just generally attacked Ted Cruz mercilessly. And Ted Cruz now is just full on licking that guy's shoes. It's crazy. There is no one weaker in the Republican Party than Ted fucking Cruz. I'm gonna take your idea of what is and is not masculine from this clown. A man who won't even stand up for his own goddamn wife. Weak. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. That extends to quite a few people in the Republican Party, you know? A lot of Republicans would never stand up for their own wives. And that's just a fact. Because a lot of Republicans hate their wives. And also, that was a little bit of an aside, okay? A little bit of an aside. But there have been more and more cracks appearing in the Trump coalition, and I think this is one to keep your eyes on. Pentagon walks back Latter-day Saints church classification after pushback from Utah lawmakers. So basically what happened here is that Pete Hegseth had the Pentagon release what were official classifications of Christian churches, right? And conspicuously absent from that list was the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormon Church. Now, I can tell you guys this because I grew up in fundamentalist Christianity. Evangelicals do not consider Mormons to be Christians. They consider them deeply heretical. And similarly, evangelicals also don't consider Catholics to be real Christians, right? What does that mean? It means that the cracks are showing in, like, the religious right. And it means that should there ever be an attempt to really unify around this, like, they are going to splinter apart hard. Because what happened here is that Pete Hegseth ordered the Pentagon to not have Mormonism as a, like, accepted Christian church or Christian faith, right? And that, of course, is a huge problem for Mormons, because Mormons do consider themselves Christians. In fact, they consider themselves, of course, the true Christians. And also, they are deep in the bag for Republicans, both financially and politically. Most Mormons vote for Republicans, right? And so when we start looking at this, the reason Utah lawmakers got the Pentagon to walk this back, it's because Utah Mormons were furious, and they control a simply colossal amount of money. Just astronomical amounts of money, right? It's very, very interesting. And obviously, this all flows down a stream of Pete Hegseth announcing the Pentagon cutting the number of faith groups on the list from over 200 to 31. Basically, this decrease in religious affiliation codes is not designed to make any claims on the legitimacy of any faith or religious belief, nor is it intended to provide a list of officially approved religions. Rather, it's designed to allow chaplains to quickly look at the religious composition of their units and determine how they structure resources to best provide for warfighters of all faith groups. Which seems like it wouldn't be helpful to limit the amount of information available to chaplains, but, you know. Yeah. This was a huge, huge problem. And I suspect that any kind of future Republican coalition is going to have more explicit attacks on the acceptance of Mormons among mainstream Republicans. I suspect. We'll see. They go and burn the big tent down. I mean, that's kind of where I'm going with this, right? And last but not least, of course, we have the Trump crash out. And I'm not going to subject you guys to the full thing. You'll notice that the audio is not great on this interview between I think, is this Kristen Welker? I forget the names of NBC folks. But we're going to jump into this. She's sitting down for an interview with Donald Trump. And well, it goes places. So let's jump ahead to like there we go.
Not strong. Not strong. Really strong.
Beat
Yeah, the audio is not great here.
expectations.
By how much? Triple.
Can you guys hear this, or do I need to boost the audio a bit more?
172,000 jobs created. And yet, gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming down as soon as the war's over.
Well, 70% of farmers say they can't afford
Boost? Okay. We can boost it.
fertilizer. What's your
farmers
message
are doing very well.
Let me ask you, what is your message to farmers, many who support you, but who say
All of
they're
them
struggling?
support me.
Who say
Because
they're
there's
struggling.
nobody been better to farmers. You know, I gave farmers last term $28 billion.
Why are they in a wind tunnel? Because they're talking about farmers, so they're in like a carport or something, or a barn, and the rain is hitting the rooftop really hard.
$1 billion because China took advantage and other people. And you know who paid for it? China. Last term. You know, I had a great first term. I had the greatest economy ever. And you know what? This one's blowing it away.
What's your message to farmers, though, Mr. President, who say they are struggling, they're struggling to make ends
Are you
meet?
ready? Are you ready? Am I allowed to talk? You keep asking questions and you don't.
Like, he's such a petty little bitch. Are you ready? You keep asking me questions like this is an interview or something.
Listen to the answers. I love the farmers, and the farmers love me, and the farmers trust me. In the first term, I had something very similar. China and others were, and Canada, which was brutal, they were taking advantage of our farmers. They don't take advantage of it anymore. I gave them $28 billion split up. They never had a payday like that. And the farmers loved me, and they came back and they voted for me in record numbers. You know that. Nobody's ever even come close. Now, because of the fact that we had a choice, I had a choice to make. I could keep it going. The farmers were doing great. Fertilizer was very cheap. Everything was cheap. Gasoline was very low. Everything was very low. I could have kept it that way, but I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmer's going to understand it better than anybody. We're going to have higher gasoline. We're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon in the hands of very dangerous people. Excuse me, wait. It should have been done for 47 years. No president had.
This is why I know for a fact he is sundowning. Right?
They got people, excuse me, but I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon. Gasoline, we're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon in the hands of very dangerous people. Excuse me, wait.
Like, he's being asked, what do you say to farmers who are struggling? And he just meanders into talking about nuclear weapons.
It should have been done for 47 years. No president had the guts to do it. I did it, and I've done it. It's almost complete. As soon as that's complete, gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock. You know, I was in Iowa speaking about farms, and it was before we attacked Iran. And I was in Iowa, and the prices.
My grandma talks better than him, and she has brain damage and dementia. Yeah.
Well, $1.85 a gallon. $1.91 a gallon. What?
This time, it wasn't the rain, but an audio issue that forced us to pause the interview again.
Are gas prices going higher, or have they peaked?
They're going to come low, very low. They're going to go lower than they were before.
Have they peaked?
As soon, well, it depends. I mean, it depends where the war goes. It could be I'll have to give them a shot, and it could be we'll sign an agreement. If we sign an agreement, it'll go down now. Otherwise, they'll go down after we're finished.
You have a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh.
Yeah.
His first meeting in the role is later this month. After this month's jobs report, economists now say it's possible the Fed may have to raise rates. Do you think that's possible, and what would your reaction be, sir?
So I'm of a different feeling. I think Kevin's fantastic.
I'm of a different feeling. They should cut the rates because that would help me.
And I want him to do whatever he wants. I don't want to have a big influence on him. But we had a great report. We're doing great. And it's unfair that whenever you do great, they want to raise interest rates. It should be the opposite way. You know, if you go back 15 or 20 years, when you had good reports, the market went up. Nowadays, when you have good reports, the market goes down because they think they're going to raise interest rates. There's no reason to raise interest rates. The country becomes great. We built the country by doing great.
Just give us free money. You know, we accuse the liberals and the left for wanting all this free stuff. Just let us Republicans have free money, okay?
And having rates low. What they do is when they raise interest rates, they try and kill success. I don't want to kill success. We should actually lower interest rates. Now, if inflation comes, and you know, people live with inflation, but if inflation comes, what happens is
People live with inflation? You literally ran on keeping inflation low. You literally ran against Joe Biden's inflation. Don't Google that.
Stamp it out.
Don't Google Joe Biden inflation. Don't do it. Don't accidentally click on the image tabs.
But success can kill inflation just like higher interest rates. What they do now is, like, we had great job numbers. You agree, right?
They beat expectations.
Not expectations, like 3 times. Okay, but you ready? What do? They say, oh, let's raise interest rates. It's the wrong thing to do. I would like to see rates get lower because we could build this into the greatest machine that the world has ever seen. But you can't do that when everybody immediately raises interest rates. So we had great
You can't build things if you also have to pay interest. Everyone knows that.
job numbers. We're doing great. You know, we're building more factories.
Like when you take out a loan and you're expected to pay interest, you can't build anything with that.
We have more money coming into our country right now from other countries and people than ever before. Wait a minute. What happens? I don't want to just kill it with high interest rates. Growth is the greatest thing you can have, and growth does not cause inflation.
Would you be upset if they raised rates? What is your message to them about that?
Living with Kevin, I have a lot of respect for him, but my feeling is that when a country is doing well, they shouldn't be penalized by immediately.
Notice how, like, this isn't a normal politician dodge. This is him, like, not being able to understand and answer the question. Because she's asking, hey, what if he does actually do the thing you don't want him to do? And he doesn't really get that. Who's Kevin? Kevin's the new head of the Fed.
Raising interest rates. They should actually be incentivized. You know, we have debt. We have other things. We have things we want to take care of. I want to go bigger on the military. I really do.
Yeah, so, like, we have debt. We have so many things we want to take care of. You know, debt and investing in our military. So we have to take care of our debt, but we also have to massively spend on our military to cover the Iran war. You know, because we need to bring our debt down.
If we do what I'm saying, this will be a beautiful, well-oiled machine like you've never seen before.
And when we come back, President Trump defended by the courts, met with opposition from Republicans
and Democrats
in Congress and Democrats.
Excuse me, mostly Democrats.
Mostly
some
Democrats and some Republicans.
Some, very few Republicans.
Just to be very clear, are you backing off the fund completely, as your acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has said, or are you looking for another avenue to revive
So
the
let
fund?
me explain what the fund is. People have been hurt so badly by radical left lunatics that worked for the Biden administration and Sleepy Joe. They're vicious, they're violent.
Yeah, like maybe you guys don't get it. It's a bunch of money that I personally control, and you can't sue me ever again for it. And also, I can give it to whoever I want, and I promise I'll only give it to the best people. See? Nothing corrupt about that at all.
What they did to people. And of course, they went after me more than anybody else. They raided Mar-a-Lago and all the other things. But people have been badly hurt. They've committed suicide. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their families. They've lost their wives. They've lost.
They've lost their wives. They've lost everything. So I'm going to give them money wives. That's what I call them, money wives. Did you know you could just go on the internet and get a money wife? It's true. It's true. You get a money wife, and then she comes in and she's your wife. And that's how it goes. I don't know where they come from, but the money wives, they just show up. You know, I had this good friend named named Jeff Epps. And he got me a money wife once.
Everything. They've lost everything over a fake weaponization of government. Now,
So
let
are
me
you
just tell
looking
you.
for a way to revive it?
Well, look, if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed. Many suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because of...
Man, this dude pretends to give a single shit about suicides, and meanwhile, like, trans people be committing suicide, but like... He thinks that's good. Conservatives think it's good when trans people kill themselves. And that's disgusting. Like... There we go.
Bunch of thugs went after them.
You don't...
So, me, personally, I think the weaponization fund is a great idea. And so do many other Republicans. You have to get it approved. If they get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to...
Nova Sky Blessed, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Listen, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops, you had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy
no
like
evidence
Bolton was a dirty
but
cop.
there's no evidence.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Oh,
you think Comey was a straight
people
cop?
who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey
officers.
was a dirty cop.
No,
they
but
had
the people
FBI.
who assaulted police
Listen
officers.
to me. They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the.
Did they? Did they though? And like, if that's true, shouldn't those FBI agents be like prosecuted for crimes? Like, either in Trump world, Democrat FBI agents did it, in which case Trump should be prosecuting them now. Or, like, they were just rogue FBI agents who were participating in the activities. Either way, shouldn't Trump be prosecuting them? Oh, wait, that would require, like, consistency, intellectual honesty. It's true. Also, just as an FYI, according to this report from Lawfare on June 4th, 97 of the January 6ers who were given pardons have been rearrested and charged and convicted for their various crimes. Almost 1 in 16 insurrectionists subject to the president's clemency order have been arrested and charged with, and in the vast majority of cases, convicted of other crimes. And, let's see. Oh, at least 14, meanwhile, have been charged with sex crimes or crimes related to child sexual abuse. I think someone should ask Donald Trump about those. I think, like, genuinely, someone needs to ask him about how he pardoned people who went on to be child sexual abusers.
Those people walking around there looking always in this thing, they weren't in. They were
There's
being
no
ushered
evidence
into
of
the
that,
building.
sir. There's no evidence
You
of
had
that.
a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000
No,
people
well, yeah, no,
pleaded
there's
guilty
none.
to
You know what you
crimes.
do? Try
Would
looking
you-
at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off
Look
the
at
table?
the tape.
We literally, I covered it live the day it happened. I watched it happen. I watched Alex Jones, you know, marching around the Capitol complex. You know, we saw it. We watched it. They were assaulting police officers. There's one guy standing between, like, the escaping members of Congress and, like, an angry mob that wanted to hang Mike Pence. They built a fucking gallows outside. Like, granted, it was pretty shitty, but, like, that takes some fucking work. Like, they had a full-on, like, platform from which to drop people.
Okay, but 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they?
It was FBI performance, then Donald Trump should be prosecuting those FBI agents. It's pretty weird if it's the case that the FBI was facilitating January 6th, that Donald Trump hasn't prosecuted any of them. That's strange. That's bizarre. Use your head. Come on.
Should
guilty
they be exempt
because they told they
from
were going to
receiving
jail
funds?
for 15 years if they didn't.
Should
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were.
I love that in this case, Donald Trump understands, like, that the criminal justice system can pressure vulnerable people into making confessions that are false, but he still won't concede that he called for the deaths of the Central Park Five, and still believes to this day that they should have been executed, despite the fact that DNA evidence exonerated all of them.
Ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going
You'd be
into the
okay
building.
with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people.
What about Black Lives Matter? All those criminals getting away with real crimes? What about all of the untested rape kits in every single local police department across this country? What about all those rapists getting away with their crimes? I don't see, like, any kind of, like, actual, like, movement from folks like you to get those tested. I don't see any movement from anybody like you to do anything related to criminal justice. All I see is you guys doing whataboutisms in order to detract from people who've done actual crimes, then got a pardon from the president, and then went on to sexually abuse children. That's what I see from you.
That could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now,
Socialism is theft? Incorrect. capitalism is theft.
I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like...
The Lügenpresse. Thanks, reincarnation of Hitler.
Stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing wrong.
All right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying, but
There's
let me
a lot
ask you
of
about
evidence.
Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about Todd Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk
There's
about Todd
tremendous evidence. There's nothing
What's
but
not been
evidence. The
presented in
election
a
was
court of
rigged.
law.
Hey, sorry, just wanted to tell you shouldn't be a part of politics because you could get into trouble with people online just trying to be helpful, do what you want. Thanks. There's a risk in doing anything, and if I get in trouble advocating for what I believe in and advocating for building a better world, then that's a risk I'm willing to take. Because anyone doing anything worth changing for is going to take on some measure of risk, and I'm happy to do it. In fact, I would consider it an honor to take a risk to make a better world possible.
It was a dirty election,
Mr.
and it's
President,
happening again right now in
You've never
California.
presented evidence.
What stuff do you do for funsies? I've been playing Mina the Hollower. It's really, really good. I suggest it.
The
Right
2020
now in
election
California.
was rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's
Where's
happening
the
in
evidence
California.
to that?
It's
The
4
Republicans
days
are doing well in California.
California, it's no, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you.
Again, rigged election. Donald Trump keeps alleging that the elections are rigged, even though, and we did this in a past segment, so like just today, we went over this entire argument about how Republicans claim elections are rigged because of the red Mirage, right? The idea that like, well, effectively, conservative votes get counted quicker because they get spread out more, so there are more counting stations for conservative votes. So they come in first, leading to the impression that there is a huge Republican advantage. But the advantage actually lies with Democrats in primarily Democratic cities and mail-in ballots, because people who use mail-in ballots are disproportionately Democrat, and people who live in cities are disproportionately Democrat. And it takes longer to count those two types of ballots, and so Republicans get mad when they go to sleep one night, seeing Republicans ahead, and then they wake up and suddenly the Democrats are ahead. This is a recurrent phenomenon from like the last 30 years of politics. And not only that, but Donald Trump knows that the elections aren't rigged. He has personally put together multiple like commissions made up by his guys in order to go find evidence of voter fraud. And the best he's been able to come up with is 1,000 cases of some kind of voter malfeasance. 1,000 cases. Not per year. Not even per decade. 1,000 since 1948.
I know she is only doing half measures, but the fact Trump is experiencing any pushback is so good.
I mean, it's barely anything, Nathan. Like, it is barely anything. T. Dick said, I've been doing this for like 6 years. Appreciate the help. Don't need it. Well aware of the risks.
It's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with it.
That's how they count
You know
the
why
votes
they're doing
in
that? Because
California.
they're cheating on the election.
What? Do you have evidence to support
All I
that?
have to do is look. All I have to do is
that's
look.
not
And I
evidence.
listen. And I listen.
I would also not suggest trying to get physical with me. It would not end well for anyone who attempted to do so.
To people, and let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think
and
it's appropriate
That's how they
that they
count the votes in
Do you think it's
California.
appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a
State
winner.
and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the
crooked.
votes to be counted quickly. That's how they
They're
vote in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands. then.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked.
Right into their hands. Who's they? Like, I wish she could be more flexible in her line of questioning. Like, go with him where his insane brain is going. Genuinely. Just let him dig himself the deepest hole imaginable.
Or you're stupid.
Let's
you play
continue.
right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
you know why I
you've
got
never
that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented.
This is genuinely like a symptom of dementia. The irritability, the wild accusations, the rehashed old beefs. Like, this is confused old man posting. And like, he's losing it. He's losing his grip on reality.
Evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more
We
evidence.
went over this. They might be giants.
That's true. We did go over the Hyperborean knowledge.
There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about
elections in this country.
Like, this is the thing, right? Like, that guy came into chat earlier and was just like, Donald Trump has never alleged millions of undocumented votes. And like, he's sitting here being like, Kristen, there's more fraud than evidence
Can you link the
than ever
interview? I
before.
want to watch the whole thing later.
Yeah, here you go. Here you go, Nathan. There's more fraud evidence than ever before. Definitely, like all the fraud in the world, just tons of evidence. Trust me, bro, I have it up my ass. You won't be able to get it, but it's there, I promise.
We're like a third world country.
But, sir-
Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked,
Mr.
and so
President-
is ABC. And
Like, he just keeps saying, you're crooked, Meet the Press is crooked, ABC is crooked, they're all crooked. Like, if our system was functioning correctly, this guy would be removed for mental incompetence. He cannot manage his own affairs. Right? Like, this guy cannot be trusted behind like the wheel of a car. He can't be trusted to like manage his own finances. Like, this guy is gonna blow his entire life savings on like a monorail system for Trump Tower. Like, we're right on like the edge of Springfield monorail levels of like scamming this guy out of money. Like, last year, guys, he was already posting about med beds and like how every American was going to have their own med bed card and then they'd be able to be healed of any illness instantly. He posted that on Truth Social because he thought it was real. He's living in La La Land. Absolutely gone.
CBS and CNN.
But, Mr. President-
Your one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat
I traveled
in the rain with
all
you.
The, I know. I
I've sat in the
traveled
rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
I've sat with you in the rain. You guys are in a building. Shut the fuck up, man. Like, what a whiny little baby bitch.
A country can never be
We
great
traveled
with a
all,
dishonest
listen,
press.
we
Come on, let's
traveled
go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
He fucking steps on the mic. What a petulant child. I think Trump is morally evil, but can you seriously claim he's mentally incompetent when he's so successful in business and politics it seems fanciful? It's not, right? Because number one, all of his successes in business were largely illusionary. right? Like, he bankrupted multiple casinos. You have to fucking work as a casino to go bankrupt. And he went bankrupt like 6 times. Right? And not only that, the reason his businesses are succeeding now is because he's just politically corrupt. It's not difficult. He just has a position of power and he's wielding it like a mobster. Like, you give me those bars of gold and sure, I'll pardon whoever you want. Who gives a shit? Like, it's not difficult when people are constantly trying to ply you with riches to suddenly become rich. And like, it's also interesting that, like, to claim he's successful in politics, he has a cult of personality, for sure. For sure. And that does take some level of skill. But he is so far degenerated from where he was in 2016, it's ridiculous. Like, he's barely stringing words together. There's a reason he's had to go for 4 yearly physicals in the past year. And it's not because he's 4 times as healthy as the normal human being. You know? So, I don't know. I think it's interesting. Like, he is falling apart. His coalition is showing very clear cracks along, religious lines within the conservative community. And, like, I think that that's interesting. I think that that indicates, especially the stuff with, like, screwworm and fertilizer and gas prices, there is an accounting coming politically for all of these costs that have been shifted onto the American people, because those costs are not going to go unnoticed by Republican voters. They're going to hit Republicans too. And like, I've been in rural communities, and if the farming goes, the community goes too. Like, it's like the farming is like the last thing keeping a lot of those rural communities going. And if farmers start going out of business, like, the towns are going to die, right? And so, I don't know. I think that this is an interesting problem, an interesting time. And I really hope at some point we get out of this hellscape and get back to a world where we can actually, like, build things, make things better in a way that isn't just telling each other we're making things better by, like, kicking people out of their homes
Hey
and
RB
off their
Jack,
healthcare.
saw your video on the Colorado governor. Had seen his live debate on John Oliver's show, and that's also crazy fun. Loved the deep dive with you on this very weird person, smiley face emoji. Lots of love, 2 hearts emoji.
Thank you very much for the 10 euros, Christians Against Dinosaurs. And I'm glad you enjoyed that. Folks, check it out. It is truly bizarre. That being said, if you got anything out of this, folks, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about this, or thoughts on screwworms, or Trump's mental state, or him being booed at Knicks Game 3. Go check it out. And also, folks, check out your local Dems, your local DSA, your Progressive Victory. We got all of them. We have the ability to hook you up with all of those things. Join your local Dems, make them more progressive, make them more representative of the working class, make them less representative of the corporations that seek to fuck us all over. Join your local DSA, make it more effective, make it a better organizing tool for local labor in your community. And folks, join Progressive Victory, because they can connect you directly into national door knocking and phone banking and research campaigns that need your help. And you can make a world of difference for local level candidates across the country, as well as state level candidates and national level candidates. So get involved, Progressive Victory, your local DSA, your local Dems today. Links down below. And also, of course, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oof. And also, if folks want to check me out, this week I'm going to be on the Transatlantic Call-In Show. That will be on Thursday at, I think, 2 p.m. Central Time. And yeah, it'll be a fun time. We'll be spending a few hours taking calls, answering questions, or taking debates about trans topics, transgender topics. Go check it out over on The Line channel here on YouTube. And yeah, I'll be over there and hope to see you all there, because it's fun when I get to see some familiar faces in the chat. All right. And, you know, I'm seeing a lot of folks in the chat who look like they might want to call in and debate. I encourage you to do so. You know, like you all seem like tip-top mental gymnasts, and it'd be fun to you know, go through our paces together intellectually. But usually folks like you don't call in. But I'm giving you guys a challenge. Maybe you guys can actually substantiate any of your positions. Should I call with Alexander there? I don't know. Depends on what you want to talk about. Oof. Mexico has 300 million in soybean profits now thanks to Trump. It's true. It's true. Don't worry, U.S. farmers didn't need soybean profits. U.S. farmers didn't need fertilizer for their crop for the summer. You know?
I know a couple people I am gonna try and convince to call in would be fun.
Hell yeah, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono, too. What if I'm trying to figure my politics out? I hate capitalism, but haven't informed myself on other options yet. I mean, I'm happy to talk about it right now or in a future stream. It's actually getting pretty late, so I'll probably be winding down now. But yeah, if you got any questions that I could address, I'd be happy to. Wait, right-wingers are so stupid they call into a left show? Really? Yeah, the Transatlantic Call-In Show gets a lot of right-wingers and, like, conservatives who are like, trans women are really men. And then they can't really substantiate that position, and they wind up really looking silly. I specialize in making them look silly. TDS on parade? What is TDS? She's always got time for theory. It's true! Are socialism and communism the other options? I think when I listen in, socialism sounds like what I favor. Let's see here. So, there are other options, of course. Like, capitalism hasn't always been the economic system of the world, right? Like, you had feudalism prior to that. You had other societies practicing barter. There's a whole lot of other types of economic systems that exist. And when we're talking about what all the options are, generally speaking, what I view as the viable options for the modern era are capitalism and socialism. And people often make a distinction between socialism and communism, which I find useful, but there are also going to be people who conflate the two, which I find less useful. So I'd like to draw a line between socialism and communism. And that line is that communism is traditionally defined as a stateless, classless, moneyless society. And like that sounds like something that is so far beyond our capability of reaching at this present time that I don't really have a concrete way to advocate how to get from point A to point B, right? And so the distinction for me when it comes to communism and socialism is that I find communism to be aspirational, whereas socialism, I think, is the vehicle that can begin to get us there, right? Socialism to me is like the set of economic steps we can take to get us closer to that world. And so when I talk about socialism, what I mean by that is an economy that is primarily owned by the workers instead of owned by capital. And the distinction to that is that right now, most of the businesses in the United States are owned by either one person or a small set of people, maybe a board of people, or they are publicly traded companies that are owned by investors, effectively. And what socialism would be is transitioning from that model of ownership to one where instead of these single people or small group of people or investors that are completely unrelated to the work that is being done and the conditions it's being done in, instead, the workers that work at the company collectively own the company and collectively make decisions about what is done with the company, what their conditions are, what their compensation is, etc. Now, I know a lot of people think like, well, that sounds like it could get messy really fast, and it can get messy sometimes. But we actually have a lot of data on different ownership models in along these lines. You know, you've got a flat ownership model, which is basically just typically associated with smaller companies, right? Where, you know, maybe you only have like 5 people working at the company. Each person has their own say in what is done there. But if you get much larger, it turns into something that might need hierarchy. And in that case, it's a hierarchy that should be approved up by the workers, right? So workers would then get together, kind of like a investor meeting or a board of directors meeting, and vote on what type of structure they would want for the company, and vote on what kind of compensation, like what should the financial goals of the company be for the coming quarter, etc. Which is, I want to point out, much like what companies do right now. And if you're thinking that, like, that sounds like it's something that could already exist in our current system, it can and does. The oldest milling company in the United States is a worker-owned democratic cooperative called King Arthur Milling, or King Arthur Baking, rather. It's one of the oldest, if not the oldest, milling company in the United States. So it's like several hundred years old. And so what this then does is it allows workers to advocate for their conditions. It allows workers to advocate for their pay. And that in turn leads to workers being better paid, better treated at work, and also happier. We actually have data on this. The largest survey of democratic worker co-ops show that workers at these companies are happier. And not only that, they are more efficient. They produce more than traditional capital-owned businesses because the workers are invested in the success of the business, because they get to decide what is done with the profit from the business, right? So what that means is, after a given financial quarter, say, the people who work at the company get together and can collectively decide what is done with the profit of their labor. Is it a certain percentage reinvested into the company? Is it like a certain bonus pay for everybody? Like, how does this work? And they get to decide that together. They get to make proposals, decide it together, and then go about their business. And it makes people more invested in the company they work at because they can actually make a living wage doing it. And then on top of that, there are a number of other interesting elements that arise when you do this. Number one, you are creating businesses that are never, ever, under any circumstance, going to offshore themselves. If there is a democratically owned factory, it's not going to move itself overseas because the workers would never vote for that. Right? And it also means that these types of models, because they prioritize workers rather than prioritizing profits above all else, they survive harsher economic conditions better. And so they actually have a higher survival rate than traditional capital-owned businesses. And on top of that, they also are more honest. They're more honest with their local community in terms of ecological impact or taking the environment into consideration. And also, they're more considerate in the fact that they pay their taxes. They're transparent. They're not trying to get out of contributing to their communities. And so we have democratic co-ops right now that exist in our country, in America, that work. I don't know how many of you have played the video game Dead Cells. Dead Cells was made by a democratic worker cooperative. We have democratic cooperatives right now that create art, that create, products you consume on the regular, maybe whether you know it or not. And my proposal is just make more of those. Make it easier for working people to start those. And I also think that there should be programs, given all of the incentives of this, where if a company needs a government bailout, they should be converted to worker ownership. Living Dead Girl, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now, of course, this is not going to be a model that doesn't have any problems, but I think it would be a huge improvement over what we have now. Right? The catch is, and the reason we don't have a predominance of these kinds of businesses is because private investors don't want to invest or give loans to democratic worker cooperatives because they stand to get a lot less money out of helping those companies get started. And so part of what is necessary is freeing up a certain amount of government loans for people to start trying their businesses out and making them happen. And it doesn't mean that every democratic worker co-op is going to succeed, but statistically, they are going to succeed more than traditional businesses. And that, I think, in the long run, along with a few other things, could create a system where that is the primary economic engine of our society. And I think it would also take care of a lot of the concerns around wealth concentration. Not all of them, of course. But it would vastly improve where we're at right now. And once we get to an economy that is primarily owned by workers, then we can start looking at how we do better from there. But that's kind of like my step one. And step one is actually made up of like 100 smaller steps, right? And I think I think we could get there. I think we could do it. So I don't know if that helped at all. I love all of that. Democratic Worker Co-op would have saved coworkers from my last job. Florida rep converted jobs from another state to military jobs in his state to boost his numbers. That fucking sucks. So, like, when I talk about socialism, I'm talking about moving towards an economy that's frankly more democratic than the one we have now. Because what we have now, most people don't have a say in what the profit they make for the company actually does. Most people, if their boss tells them to lick a doorknob, they gotta go lick a doorknob. Otherwise, they could get fired. And maybe that puts their healthcare at risk. Maybe that means if if their kid is sick, their kid doesn't get medicine. Like, maybe it means X, Y, and Z that are all bad. And like, I think that it's very clear we need to move to a better, more egalitarian system. And it makes sense to me that in America, a place that overthrew tyrants in order to be free, we also shouldn't tolerate tyrants, petty tyrants in the workplace, and instead should embrace democracy there as well. Democracy was good enough for the fucking United States of America. It's good enough for your 9 to 5. All right? So that's where I'm at, basically. I was threatened to be fired if I didn't clean bird poop out of hangar gutters. I was a mechanic, one of the big reasons I will no longer work for someone else. That's actually like exactly what I mean by that. If you lived in a socialist country, you wouldn't have human rights. Learn from Cuba and Venezuela. Cuba and Venezuela don't have like worker-owned economies. Like, if you were listening to anything I talked about, you would know that that's not at all relevant to what I was describing. Didn't we also overthrow them so we could do more colonization sooner? I mean, yeah, I like a lot of the motivations were behind the American Revolution were less high-minded than we might like. But I do think it is useful when talking about certain issues to draw upon the high-minded ideals espoused at the founding of our nation, because it is, I think, rhetorically effective. Last week, I did my first official step towards transition. I'm so happy. Congratulations, Elizabeth. Now the government controls the unions? Sweet. So, like, you're really cool with that, right? Because now Trump controls all the unions? All the pro-Trump unions in America? Directly obeying Donald Trump? That's great. In your world, apparently. Cuba's doing good things with workers unions. I don't know enough about the Cuban economy. My understanding is it's still highly Soviet, but like, if it's improved since then, I'm all ears. I'm not MAGA. Oh, Well, then hopefully we'll elect a president in short order that will control the unions more to your liking, friend. Well, usually the people talking about America is dying tend to be the people who are like, you know, big Trumpers. Also, I didn't say re-Trump. I congratulated you. In which case, I'm sorry I congratulated you. No, the government having control of unions is not a good thing. I mean, I don't think that the government has control of unions. But, you're free to disagree, of course. Oops, all Jeb! The dark horse of 2028. I don't think Marco Rubio or JD Vance have the juice to win in 2028. I gotta be completely honest with you guys. If I'm being completely honest, the only conservative I'm deeply concerned about running in 2028 is Tucker Carlson. I forgot Jeb existed. I never did. He's always been working towards the top. Isn't there a button on the soundboard of Bernie explaining socialism? No, it's a button on the soundboard of Professor Richard Wolff explaining socialism poorly as a joke.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
Which is not the actual definition of socialism. Lessen government control of corporations? That seems like a bad idea. Like, all the government almost 99% of the government regulations that exist are, like, things related to, like, not poisoning your drinking water or not creating buildings that are just gonna collapse on you. Yeah, Tucker is a worst case scenario. Cuba's starving to death, no human rights. Yeah, but Cuba's starving to death because they're under, like, American blockade. That's fascism? Having building codes is fascism to you? That's... I've never met a snowflake of your caliber. Level 99 snowflake. Oh no! There's regulations preventing listeria growth in your milk. Fascism! Mesothelioma is making a comeback? Quick! Call every 2-bit attorney in the area. Alright, I'm having too much fun, but I have been streaming for over 6 hours. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Always remember, folks, stay curious, always be Google debunking, and, be cool to your friends and family, and tell them that you love them and give them little forehead smooches, because you never know. You never know what might happen out there.
Google debunkers.
I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye! Bye, goodbye. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived. And I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you.
We have plowed and we have planted. We have gathered into bars, done the same work as the men, with babies in our arms. But you won't find our stories in most history books you read. We were there, we're still here, fighting for the things we need. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud, just knowing we were there. From the textile mills in Lawrence to the sweatshops in New York, from the fields in California where our children had to work, we fought to make a living. Bread and roses was our cry. Though they jailed and beat our bodies, our spirit never died. We were there in the factory, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We were Polish, we were Irish, we were African and Jew, Italian and Latina, Chinese and Russian too. They tried to use our differences to split us all apart, but the pain we felt together touched the bottom of our heart.